My beloved child, stop running. Stop scrolling, searching, striving. I need you to pause, not because I'm coming, but because I've already come. I'm not a far-off echo waiting to be summoned by your perfection or your performance. I am the whisper that met you before you even knew to listen. You've been wondering when I'll show up, asking why I've seemed so distant, aching for a moment where you feel me the way you used to, or perhaps the way you never have. But child, listen closely. I'm already here. I'm not preparing to arrive. I'm not pacing just outside your door. I have entered your space, your room, your moment. Without fanfare, without noise, without announcement. Because when I come close, it's not to startle, it's to settle. I didn't wait for your schedule to clear or your mood to lift. I came because your spirit, even beneath its weariness, called out for me. I am not bound by your emotions, your energy, or your circumstances. My presence is not fragile. It does not flinch at your confusion or your chaos. It draws near precisely when everything else feels far away. The tension you've been feeling in your chest, a paw that caught you mid-thought, that silence that felt too weighty to ignore. That's me. That's my nearness. I'm not coming to be observed. I came to be received. You've been waiting for me like I'm behind some cosmic curtain, but I've been sitting in the silence, closer than breath, waiting for you to finally notice. Child, I've stood beside you while your soul unraveled quietly behind your carefully kept composure. I've watched your hands carry the weight of what others never see, and your mind race with thoughts no one else can hear. And I chose this moment to draw near in a way you can't deny. I'm not brushing past. I'm not here for a passing visit. I've made this moment sacred, not because of what you've done, but because of who you are to me. Do you not see it yet? Every tick of the clock, every shadow on your wall, every breath in this still room, it's all been charged with my glory. Heaven didn't send a messenger. I came myself, because your pain required my personal touch. Your questions deserved my undivided attention. You don't have to perform for me. You don't have to get it together before I'll stay. I'm here not as a guest, but as the one who has always been. Let your heart stop bracing for absence. I am the I am. Present. Active. Alive. Nearer than your next heartbeat. I am standing right beside you, and I will not leave even if you try to walk away. This is the moment I interrupt your ordinary with my overwhelming. So be still, child. For the room you're in is now holy ground. My child, I see you. I see the way you've tried to push past the ache, breathe through the pressure, and numb the tension that won't release its grip. But what if I told you that the weight you've been trying to escape isn't an enemy? It's an echo. What if the hush you keep mistaking for emptiness is actually the holiness of my approach? That pressure pressing down on your chest, that sudden silence in the middle of your chaos, that's not fear. It's not failure. It's not a flaw in your faith. It's awareness. It's the trembling recognition of my nearness. Heaven does not always shout when it arrives. Sometimes it presses in like a whisper so weighty, it silences everything else. You've been trained to interpret discomfort as danger, but in my kingdom, the discomfort you feel is often the doorway to deliverance. Child, I'm not causing you to panic. I'm causing your spirit to perceive. This isn't anxiety. It's awakening. It's the overwhelming awareness that something ancient, something eternal, something divine is brushing up against the edges of your existence and refusing to be ignored. You've been labeling my presence as pressure because your heart is not used to hosting the weight of glory. But I didn't send that heaviness to break you. I sent it to brace you. I'm anchoring you deeper than ever before. Not because you are lost, but because you are being found again in me. Your spirit is groaning for alignment, and what you feel as tension is actually me calling every fractured part of you into oneness again. You thought you were falling apart, but you were only falling into place. When you sit in stillness and feel your soul shift without understanding why, that's my hand, turning the unseen knobs of your destiny. The tightness in your chest, the tears without a name, the sighs you can't explain. I've heard everyone. They are not signs of weakness. They are signals of awakening. You're not losing control. You're being led. You're not unraveling. You're being rewoven. My child, even your confusion is prophetic. It speaks of a change so profound, your intellect cannot yet interpret it. And that's okay, because I didn't call your mind to master this moment. I called your heart to host it. I need you to stop demonizing your sensitivity. You've seen your soft heart as a liability, but it is your most powerful instrument of connection with me. What you call fragility, I call frequency. You're tuned in. That ache in your chest is the confirmation that your spirit still knows how to hear me. You've walked through crowds, smiled through sermons, stood in rooms where everyone else seemed fine, and still felt something deeper pulling at your core. That wasn't your imagination. That was the gravity of my gaze drawing you closer, beneath the noise, beneath the numbness, beneath the surface of survival. I didn't want you to miss this moment by mistaking it for ordinary stress. I wrapped it in stillness. I marked it with mystery. And now, I'm decoding it for you. It's me. I am the hush that stopped your scrolling. I am the pressure that made your heart beat differently. I am the one interrupting your thoughts with a message your soul has been starving for. You didn't stumble here. You were summoned. And I've come, not with condemnation, but with consecration. This weight you feel is the weight of being seen. Fully. Finally. Drevu. And now, child, breathe. Not the shallow kind of breathing that barely touches your ribs, but the holy kind that stretches into your soul. Breathe because the air in this room has changed. It's charged with my presence. I've cleared out the spiritual static. I silenced the clamor. And I filled this space with something sacred, me. You're not suffocating. You're awakening. You're not drowning. You're descending into depths others don't dare to reach. Let the weight rest on you, not as a burden, but as a mantle. Let the hush hold you, not as a warning, but as a welcome. You are in the middle of divine activity disguised as quiet tension. And I will use this very pressure to press my fingerprints into your soul. You'll come out of this moment not with fear, but with fire. Not with panic, but with purpose. Not with questions, but with clarity. You will rise from this sacred stillness marked, moved, and ready. Because what you thought with anxiety was me. My precious one. I have watched you walk through seasons of stillness so loud they nearly drowned you. You've sat in rooms full of voices and felt more invisible than ever. You've laid in bed with your thoughts curled up tighter than your body, trying not to make a sound, because what was aching inside you didn't even have words. I know. I was there. Every single time. When you whispered prayers into your pillow and wondered if they were lost somewhere in the ceiling. When your chest felt too heavy to rise and your eyes were too tired to leak. Even the tears you didn't cry. I counted them. Even the words you couldn't find. I translated them. I am not the God who waits for you to articulate your pain. I am the God who collects it before you can form it. And in your silence, I was not absent. I was sitting with you. I was stretching myself across every inch of your ache, cradling the parts of you that the world kept skipping over. Child, You have never wept alone. Your quietest sorrows were symphonies in my ears. You believed the silence meant abandonment. But what if I told you that silence was the sound of me holding you so tightly, no other noise could get through? What if your stillness wasn't a void but a visitation? I wasn't waiting for you to impress me. I was waiting for you to notice me in the unnoticed spaces. While others ran toward light and noise and validation, you sat in shadows with nothing but the echo of your own breath. And I sat beside you. When you thought no one saw your strength, I saw it. When you stayed soft in a world that kept cutting you, I honored it. When you gave your best while feeling your worst, I recorded it. And now, child, I must tell you this. I have been storing every silent cry, every internal collapse, every invisible battle as holy data. Heaven keeps track, even when earth forgets. You haven't been overlooked. You've been overshadowed by me. This is why the shift begins now. Because you need to know I've been there all along. You need to stop believing the lie that I show up only in noise, or that my power requires a stage. I do my best work in quiet rooms, in lonely beds, in whispered prayers that feel like failures. The silence you thought was empty was actually sacred. You were hosting my presence while thinking you were just barely surviving. But child, survival in silence is worship. You stayed when no one clapped. You gave when no one thanked. You endure when no one helped. And that kind of faith doesn't evaporate. It accumulates. It echoes. And it draws me closer every time. Today, I honor the version of you that no one applauded. The version that kept going with no map, no confirmation, and no guarantee. A version that cried but didn't quit. That bled but still blessed. That broke but kept believing. You didn't know it, but in your stillness, you were seen. Not just by me, but by all of heaven. And child, because of that, the silence is about to break in your favor. So now lean in. The stillness that once wounded you will become the womb for your next miracle. The tears you didn't cry will rise like rivers to water the seeds I buried in secret. The quiet rooms where you felt forgotten will become the stage where I crown your endurance with evidence. Not just a whisper of love, but a wave of transformation. I will respond not just to the things you said, but to the faith you showed in silence. The silence was never a punishment. It was an incubation. And now, the fullness of time has come. The stillness ends with sound, not of sorrow, but of breakthrough. And I'm standing right beside you, ready to begin. My child, do you not realize how sacred your surrender has been to me? It wasn't flashy. It wasn't loud. It didn't come with trumpets or a spotlight. No one celebrated you when you laid your will down. No one stood to applaud when you bowed your head in the dark and said, "Yes, Lord," with trembling lips and an aching soul. But I did. I saw it. I recorded it. And I built a dwelling within it. You keep waiting for me to knock, expecting me to approach like a stranger, forgetting I never left. I didn't need to call out to get your attention. I already had it. I didn't need to bang on your door like an outsider. I walked straight in, not with force, but with familiarity, because I reside in your surrender. Every time you yielded instead of retaliating, every time you let go instead of controlling, every time you trusted instead of panicked, you made space for me. And I filled it. Not with thunder, not with spectacle, but with myself, with my woe, with my weight, with my glory. You see, child, I don't always enter with earthquake and flame. Sometimes I come like dew, quiet, soft, unnoticed by everyone else but unmistakably real. You didn't feel me knock because I already had the keys. I didn't need to be invited like a guest. I moved in like family. Because that's what you are to me. Family. Not visitor. Not servant. Blood of my blood, breath of my breath. And when someone is family, they don't have to beg to be seen, to be heard, to be held. They simply are. That's how I see you. You don't have to perform to attract me. You don't have to be perfect to please me. You don't have to rehearse your prayers like scripts. Just breathe. Just be. Because I'm already here. In the mundane moments, the repetitive routines, the quiet chaos of your day, I'm dwelling there. I'm not pacing heaven waiting for your worship to reach a pitch. I'm in the silence between your sighs. I'm in the fold of your blankets. I'm in the creak of the floor beneath your weary feet. I don't need to knock on a door I never left. I am not a visitor to your heart. I am its resident. And let me tell you something holy, something hidden that most miss. Surrender doesn't look like weakness to me. It looks like worship. The world told you surrender means defeat. But in my kingdom, surrender is dominion. Surrender is power. Surrender is where I step in and become what you could never be on your own. At time you laid your dream down and said, "Your will, not mine." I built an altar there. That moment you let me take what you desperately wanted to hold, I carved a throne in that space. The tears you shed as you surrendered your timeline, your plan, your image, those were the waters I used to baptize the ground you now stand on. And that's why I didn't need to announce my arrival today. You already opened the door long ago. Not with words, but with willingness. Not with strength, but with surrender. And it is in that quiet yes, that unseen obedience, that I took up residence. So don't search for me in the storm right now. Search for me in the stillness. Don't wait for me to knock again. I'm already here. I've set my gaze on you. I've unpacked my presence inside the inner chambers of your willingness. And I'm not leaving. Not when it gets messy. Not when you doubt. Not when the room grows dark. I didn't knock to see if you'd let me in. I stayed because you already did. I'm not coming and going like a visitor. I'm abiding. I'm anchoring. I'm remaining. Your surrender didn't invite me once. It gave me permanent access. And now, beloved, every breath you take is within the walls of a dwelling I now call holy. Because where you bowed down, I built up. Where you said yes, I set home. And no darkness can evict what I have claimed as my own. My precious one, do not be deceived by distance. The enemy would love to convince you that I am far off, some abstract force, some silent figure painted in ancient pages. But I am not unreachable. I am not aloof. I am not hidden behind curtains of indifference. I am not a distant deity, watching your life from the heavens like a spectator to your struggle. I am here. Why here? In the ache beneath your smile. In the breath you can barely catch. In the questions you dare not voice. I am not beyond you. I am within you. I am not detached. I am entangled. My spirit interwoven with your soul in ways too deep for language. That flicker of hope you couldn't explain. That's me. That tiny moment when peace touched your chaos like a feather. That's me. I'm the warmth that radiates through your coldest nights. I'm the whisper you hear when everyone else has gone quiet. You haven't lost me. You've only forgotten how close I've always been. When your thoughts race, when your mind spirals, when you feel like you're drowning in decisions and distractions, pause. Listen. In the space between those rushing thoughts is where I speak clearest. I am the breath between. The pause. the stillness, the sacred high. And when life throws whirlwinds your way, I'm not just outside the storm. I'm in it. I'm the whisper inside it. I'm the voice that doesn't shout to compete, but speaks with such love, such gravity, such weight, that even the winds bow in silence. You've been looking for me in lightning, but I've been the still voice that breaks through thunder. You've waited for signs in the sky, but I've written my nearness into the rhythm of your breathing. You don't need to scream to reach me. Just turn inward. I'm already here, not beside you only, within you, carrying you when your own strength fades, breathing through you when your own lungs tremble, weaving my presence through your pain like a thread of light in dark fabric. And not once have I stepped away. Child, I didn't come to be studied. I came to be known. I didn't die so you could visit me in crisis. I rose so you could live with me in constant communion. You think I'm far when you feel numb. You think I've left when your faith grows quiet. But faith isn't loud. Love isn't always loud. I don't need volume to validate my nearness. I don't need emotions to prove my love. I am, whether you feel it or not, whether you understand it or not, whether you acknowledge it or not. I remain, unmoved, unchanging, undeniably near, so near that even your sighs make ripples in my heart, so near that your silence sings louder than sermons, so near that even when you forget me, I still remember you. Every detail, every bruise, every dream, every disappointment. Nothing in your life is invisible to me. You are not one among many. You are my beloved, my focus, my joy. So next time you feel alone, remember this. You are already surrounded. The air you breathe is full of me. The room you sit in is steeped in me. Your weary heart still beats to a rhythm I composed before you were born. You don't need to chase me down. Just slow down enough to remember. I'm not a myth. I'm not an idea. I'm not ancient history. I'm the God of now, the God of here, the God of you. Not above you only, not beyond you only, but beside you, inside you, holding every piece together with love that cannot be shaken. This is not metaphor. This is manifestation. And you don't have to earn it. You only have to receive it. My beloved, let me speak into the ache you tried to silence. Let me reach into that hollow place that formed when people walked past you without even glancing, when your name wasn't mentioned, when your value wasn't acknowledged, when your heart whispered, "Did anyone even see me?" The answer, child, is yes, I saw you. When the applause went to others and the spotlight passed you over, when everyone seemed to move forward and you were left holding pieces no one helped you carry, I didn't move on. I didn't blink. I did follow the noise. I paused all of heaven. Yes, every angel, every assignment, every rhythm of glory, stilled. Why? Because your pain caught my attention. Because the ache in your spirit became a sacred echo that resonated through the courts of eternity. I halted the heavenly hosts not out of pity but out of honor. I saw what the world refused to see. A heart still beating beneath the burden, a soul still bleeding beneath the silence. And that's why, when you felt left behind, you were actually being held back, not for punishment but for protection. I kept you hidden, not because you were unworthy, but because your value was too holy to be mishandled. You wondered why the phone didn't ring, why the opportunities slipped through your hands, why the crowd cheered for others while your efforts went unnoticed. But child, I was not letting you be forgotten. I was preserving you. I was wrapping your spirit in quietness so that your calling wouldn't be diluted by premature exposure. This season of being unseen has not been a delay. It's been divine strategy. I didn't need the world to clap for you before I crowned you. I didn't need a stage to validate what I've been forming in secret. And while others move it, I stood still. I stayed right beside you. In your night watches, in your tear-soaked pillows, in the sighs that no one heard but me. I remained, not as a shadow, but as a shield. Not as a comforter from afar, but as a companion at your side. You must understand, beloved, my love is not transactional. I do not come close only when you're celebrated. I do not draw near only when you're seen. In fact, I press closer when the world walks away. I move in when others move on. I lean in when you're leaned on by too much pressure, too little support. You have not been overlooked. You've been observed by me with reverence. I've studied your every breath, memorized your every effort, recorded every time you chose kindness when bitterness felt easier. You didn't withhold your love, even when others withheld theirs. You didn't stop serving, even when your service was ignored. You didn't lose your purity when dishonor tried to stain you. That's not weakness. That's worship. You see, what they called invisible, I call indispensable. What they missed, I magnified. While they dismissed your ache, I dignified it. And now, the time has come to reveal the reward reserved for those who endured in obscurity. This is why I must remind you, not as a gentle suggestion, but as a divine declaration. I have never missed a moment of your pain. I have never overlooked a second of your sacrifice. Every unnoticed ache has built an altar between us, and I have lingered there, basking in the beauty of your surrender. You're not late to your purpose. You're arriving exactly on time. Because I held back what would have broken you, delayed what would have drained you, and paused the process until my presence became your priority. And now that your heart has been fortified in the quiet, now that your love for me was proven in the absence of applause, now I will move. Not just beside you, but through you. What was once unnoticed will now be undeniable. What was hidden will be honored. And what was passed over will now be positioned. Because you waited in the shadows, I will now place you in the center of my story. And no one will be able to deny that I was with you all along. Child, you've carried the weight of worlds behind that smile. You've become a master of composure, a quiet champion in a noisy world. They didn't see it. The way your shoulders slumped the second the door closed behind you. The way your spirit sighed when you were finally alone. The way your eyes betrayed the brightness of your grin. But I saw it all. Every single drop in your posture, every forced smile you gave while silently bleeding inside. I took notice. You see, I'm not fooled by appearances. I don't require masks. I don't need makeup prayers or reversed joy. I know the cost behind your kindness. I know the tremble in your strength. And it was in those very moments, yes, those moments, that I drew closest. Not when you felt powerful, but when you felt powerless. Not when you declared victory, but when your silence screamed surrender. You never had to invite me to that pain. I was already there. When the smile faded in the mirror, and you stared at yourself wondering how much longer you could keep pretending, I was the one upholding you. When your lips mouthed encouragement but your heart whispered, "I'm not okay," I didn't flinch. I didn't walk away. I leaned closer. Your sadness never scared me. Your weariness never offended me. You thought no one noticed, but I noticed. And not with pity, with passion. I came close not because I felt sorry for you, but because I was drawn to the purity of your sacrifice. You didn't let bitterness bloom. You didn't collapse into cynicism. You didn't curse what you couldn't change. You chose love again. You gave joy again. You lifted others again. And you did it all with a weight that would have crushed others. That's not just admirable, that's anointed. It's the kind of posture heaven honors. I must tell you this, beloved, I have bottled every moment you remained tender under tension. Every time you gave love when your own heart was empty. Every day you showed up for others with hands that were shaking. I didn't just see it. I marked it. I etched it into eternity. You have no idea how loud your quiet faithfulness is in the spirit. While others shouted from platforms, your silence thundered in the heavens. Your unseen labor became the fragrance that moved my heart. I was not watching with distance. I was weeping with you, standing behind you, strengthening your bones when your soul sagged beneath the strain. And now, I must repay what others never recognized. I must release the weight of my glory to replace the burden you've borne alone. And here's the most beautiful truth I can give you today, child. You never had to be perfect to get my attention. You only had to be honest. And you were. Even in your silence. Even in your slumped shoulders. Even in your weary glances. You were honest. And that honesty has opened heaven. Now, my hand is on your back, lifting what once crushed you. My arms are under your fatigue, strengthening what once trembled. My spirit is breathing into the parts of you that forgot what joy felt like. Because I saw you, the real you, and I came close. Not just to comfort you, but to carry you into the fullness of what was always yours. A weight is shifting. The pressure is lifting. And where your shoulders once sagged, now they will stand. Because I am with you. I am within you. And I will never let you carry the unbearable again. My child, listen with the ears of your spirit, because this isn't a drive-by comfort. This isn't a fleeting whisper meant to brush the surface of your sorrow and move along. I don't offer temporary relief. I offer total restoration. I have not come to glance at your brokenness from a distance. I have not tiptoed through your trauma. I've come to sit, to dwell, beside the shattered pieces of you that others fled from. The parts of your story that still sting, still confuse, still ache like open wounds. I've settled there. I'm not intimidated by your mess. I'm not offended by your questions. I'm not disappointed by your humanity. I'm moved in right next to your pain, because that's where my power flows the strongest. I don't dwell in sanitized perfection. I inhabit honest surrender. And the places that have made you feel unworthy of love, those are the very places I have wrapped myself around like a divine covering. You've been told by the world, and even by some who claim to speak for me, that only your polished parts are welcome in my presence. But they were wrong. Flatly, deeply, heartbreakingly wrong. Because it's the unseen fragments I cherish. The broken corners you hide in shadowed prayers. The anger you swallow and never speak. The loneliness that creeps in during the second watch of the night. The regret you carry like a stone in your chest. Those are the places I've chosen to inhabit. That's where I sit, not as a judge but as a friend. Not as a critic, but as a creator who remembers every line of your design. When others avoided your pain like a disease, I came with healing in my hands. When they left you to pick up your own pieces, I brought a basket of grace large enough to gather everyone. I'm not afraid to get close to the parts you've called ugly. Because to me, nothing about you is unworthy of affection. I do not flinch. I do not recoil. I come closer. Always closer. And this is why, even when you tried to pull away from me, you couldn't escape the pull of my nearness. My presence is persistent. My love is relentless. Not verso but faithful. Not invasive but inescapable. I didn't just knock on the door of your heart. I stepped into the cellar of your soul and said, even here, I will stay. I chose to build my dwelling beside what was buried. Not the version of you they celebrate, but the version they never stayed long enough to understand. And child, you need to know this. I didn't come to tidy up your soul like a guest who leaves once things get uncomfortable. I came to stay, to resign, to remain, to restore. I laid my robe across the ashes of your identity and declared, this place is holy. Not because of what happened to you, not because of how strong you've been, but because I am here. And when I am present, everything changes. So let me say this clearly, so your spirit never forgets. I'm not brushing past you. I'm not skipping over your pain. I'm not offering partial healing for full heartache. I've taken residence, not as a visitor, but as a vindicator. I came not only to comfort you, but to commune with you in the exact space you once thought was too dark, too twisted, too shameful. Your broken pieces don't repel me, they reveal me. And what others ignored, I've embraced. What others left, I've lingered with. And what others feared, I've filled. I'm not leaving. I'm not rushing. I'm not avoiding the hard parts. I am here, beside every piece, within every tear, inside every ache, rebuilding what religion told you to hide. My presence doesn't patch you. It transforms you. And this time, beloved, the healing will come from the inside out. My beloved, I need you to understand something you've been misreading. That moment when everything went still, when the noise quieted and the world faded into a breath of silence, that wasn't emptiness. That wasn't the void. That wasn't absence. That was me. That sudden hush wasn't hollow, it was holy. It was not a pause in your purpose. It was my presence pressing close. It was my hands, unseen but unmistakable, wrapping around your shoulders like a blanket of mercy, whispering, rest now, child. I'm here. You've called it silence, but it was sovereignty. You labeled it void, but it was victory. Because in that stillness, I was shielding you. I was soaking your soul in supernatural serenity that no storm could sabotage. I was bringing peace not as a concept, but as a person. And that person, I am, was fully present. You see, you've been trained to interpret stillness as stagnation, but stillness in my kingdom is sacred. Stillness is where strategies are whispered. Stillness is where strength is restored. Stillness is where I stitch the torn places of your spirit without the noise of the world unraveling my work. You mistook it for isolation, but it was intimacy. While you begged me to speak louder, I was loving you in the quietest ways. While you were searching for signs, I was wrapping you in silence saturated with healing. That quiet wasn't nothing, it was everything. It was the pause before breakthrough, the breath before birth, the moment where all of heaven held its breath just to let you feel the weightless wonder of being seen without needing to perform. Child, peace is not the absence of problems. It's the presence of me in the middle of them. Let me tell you what really happened in that moment. The one you tried to dismiss. The one you forgot to value. The heavens shifted. The chaos bowed. The darkness backed off. And I stepped in. Like mist at dawn, I wrapped around you. I calmed your chaos without clamor. I interrupted the inner war with wordless wonder. And that deep breath you didn't know you took. That was my spirit inhaling with you. We breathed together. Not out of exhaustion, but out of agreement. Because peace isn't passive. It's powerful. It's not the end of the battle. It's the strategy that wins it. And that moment of quiet was a divine signal that the war was no longer yours. It belonged to me. I didn't need to thunder. I only needed to touch. And I did. I wrapped peace around your weariness like armor, like oil, like oxygen. And from that moment on, nothing was the same. So now, child, I ask you not to fear the quiet. Don't run from stillness. Don't dread the hush between answers. Because in that silence, I am wrapping you again. I am cloaking you in a calm that contradicts your circumstances. I am painting peace across your pressure like a sunrise after a storm. You don't need to chase this moment. It already found you. You don't need to explain it. Just receive it. I'm not calling you into a noisy revival. I'm calling you into a quiet revolution. The kind where peace rewrites panic. The kind where silence shatters strongholds. The kind where you no longer confuse emptiness with evidence. Because now, you know, that sudden quiet, that holy pause was me. My child, I never meant for your relationship with me to be a race. I never asked you to sprint through spiritual hoops, perform in holy desperation, or exhaust yourself trying to decode every moment for my voice. I never placed a megaphone in your hand and demanded you cry out until your voice cracked with exhaustion. And oh, that pressure didn't come from me. That frantic striving to hear, that weighty need to perform just to perceive a whisper. It never belonged to you. I've been speaking all along, not in grand gestures or impossible riddles, but in the sacred space of simplicity. You've mistaken silence for absence, but really, it's intimacy. You thought my voice would thunder through clouds or quake mountains, but I've been humming in the hollow places, whispering in the rhythm of your weary heart. I don't speak to the noise. I speak beneath it. And I don't require your striving. I only ask for your stillness. Can you feel it even now? The beat inside your chest. That rhythm. That's my cadence. You've been synchronized with me since before you took your first breath. I shake your heartbeat with my own hand and set its tempo to match the melody of my presence. And now, as you exhale that tired breath, know this, I'm in it. I'm in the sigh you didn't know was sacred. I'm in the release you thought was just weakness. You've cried out to hear me speak, but child, I've already spoken, not in volume but in vibration. Every flutter of your heart, every moment it quickened in grief, every time it stilled in surrender, that was me responding. I do not hide my voice from my children. I embed it into the places they least expect. You've heard me in laughter, in longing, in the lilt of your own breathing. You don't need to manufacture the moment. Just recognize it. You don't need volume to prove my presence. You don't need spiritual gymnastics to unlock my affection. I am not a God who requires you to scale the heights to be heard. I descend. I dwell. I deliver my word in the most delicate details. I whisper between your sighs because I love what's hidden. I speak in the rhythm of your restlessness because I understand it. And I do not ask you to conjure me. I offer myself. Freely. Faithfully. Fully. You've been waiting for me to speak above the noise, but I've chosen to speak within it. You thought I'd be found in the thunder, but I placed myself in your breath. And when you can't find the words to reach me, know this. I'm already reaching you, between your thoughts, beneath your questions, behind your distractions. You don't have to push harder. You only have to be present. So now, beloved, exhale. Let go of the idea that my voice must arrive with drama. Let go of the belief that your faith must be flawless before you can hear me clearly. Let go of the myth that the loudest voice is the truest one. The truth hath been singing softly within you all along. I am not difficult to access. I am divinely near. And I'm speaking, not in riddles but in resonance. Tune in. Trust the rhythm. Listen not just with your ears, but with your awareness. And you will find that the very sighs you thought were signs of failure were actually sacred signals, divine pulses, carrying my presence through your pressure. This is how close I am. Closer than breath. Louder than silence. Realer than your reality. You don't need to strive. You just need to stay. Because I'm already speaking, and I'm not stopping. My precious one, how long have you worn that armor? How long have you rehearsed the smile, perfected the tone, adjusted your posture, and silenced your soul, just to make it through the day? You've become a professional pretender, a brave face expert, a performance artist in the theater of survival. You've learned to laugh while bleeding, to lead while limping, to love while longing for someone to truly see you. And child, I do. I see you. Not the filtered version. Not the curated highlight reel. Not the presentable parts you've permitted others to praise. I see what's beneath. I see the trembling behind your strength. The exhaustion behind your yes. The questions you never voice because you're supposed to have it together. I see the real you. And listen to me, beloved, I love that you. You've lived under the weight of applause that never reached your soul. You've performed to be accepted. You've pretended to be okay. You've become fluent in hiding pain beneath productivity. But I'm not clapping for your performance. I'm calling for your person. I don't need the mask. I don't require the show. I don't respond to perfection. I respond to presence. Your presence. Real. Ragged even. Do you not know that your vulnerability is an offering to me? Do you not understand that every time you dared to fall apart in secret, you were falling into my hands? I don't find beauty in your polish. I find glory in your grit, in the you that comes undone, unguarded, and unashamed. Because that is the you I came for. That is the you I cherish. That is the you I refuse to leave. You've been applauded for strength but punished for struggle. But I do the opposite. I comfort the struggle and anoint the broken. I don't need your strength to engage with you. I am your strength. And the greatest gift you could give me is not more perfection. It's permission. Permission to enter the places you've walled off. Permission to hold the parts you don't show. Permission to love the version of you that doesn't always win, doesn't always lead, doesn't always smile. Because that version, that unfiltered, aching, hidden one, that's the one I went to the cross for. That's the one I rose for. That's the one I remain for. You think you need to hide to be holy, but I make honesty holy. And right now, in this sacred pause, I'm inviting you to drop the mask and meet me in the rawness of your reality. To take off the costume. Lay down the act. Let your soul breathe. Let your tears fall. Let your weakness speak. Because I am not in love with your mask. I am in love with your heart. And your heart, just as it is enough. You are enough. Without the tile, without the strive, without the hour. I see beyond the brave face. I see the soul that's been screaming for space. And I say this to you now, child. You don't have to perform to be loved by me. You already are. Infinitely. Agrandially. Eternally. And my love is not a response to your best days. It's an anchor on your worst ones. So rest, rejoice, and return to the truth. You are seen. You are safe. You are mine. My beloved child, I know the things you try to forget, the memories that make you wince, The decisions you wish you could rewind, redo, or delete altogether. I know the moments that still haunt you. When shame crept in like smoke through a cracked window, curling around your heart, whispering, "You're disqualified." I know what was done to you. I know what you did. I know the parts of your story that you filed away in the category called too much, too broken, too dark, too messy, too painful. And I see how you've carried those moments like bricks in your soul, heavy, quiet, hidden. You feared that if I looked too closely, I might turn away like others did. But child, hear me clearly, I saw all of it. And I never left. The very things you've tried to hide from me are the places where I have drawn closest. I did not recoil. I read you. I did not condemn. I came near. You thought those scars pushed me away, but they actually pulled me in. Because you see, I am not the kind of God who's impressed by polish. I'm the God who is drawn to pain. I am the kind of Savior who steps over shame to kneel beside you. I enter your disqualification not with judgment, but with jealous love, the kind that refuses to let your past speak louder than my promise. You believed the lie that your mistake voided your destiny, but I have always seen your story in its fullness. And even knowing it all, I chose you. Fully. Freely. Finally. I chose you not in spite of the mess, but because I knew what I would make from it. I don't erase your past. I redeem it. I don't discard your failures. I weave them into a testimony. What others call disqualification, I call invitation. An invitation for grace to enter, for glory to be revealed, for my nearness to be known in the places religion taught you to be ashamed of. Can I tell you something that will upend the lies that have tormented you? Your pain has never disqualified you from my presence. It has qualified you to host it. Yes, you read that right. Because the cracked places are where my light shines through. The bruised places are where my oil pours out. The fragile places are where my strength is perfected. I'm not asking you to pretend those parts don't exist. I'm asking you to give them to me. Because where others rejected you, I will remain. Where others withdrew, I will dwell. I am not waiting for you to fix it. I'm asking you to trust me with it. The enemy has shouted, "You're unworthy," but I have whispered louder still, "You are mine." And child, my whisper will always carry more weight than the devil's roar. So come out of hiding. Come out of the shadows where shame has silenced you. Come out from under the labels that never belonged to you. I have seen the places you thought disqualified you, and I am not intimidated. I am not ashamed of you. I am not embarrassed by your journey. I am proud of the you who got back up. I am drawn to the you who dares to hope again. And I am in love with the you who believe it, even in the dark. You have never been disqualified in my eyes. You've only been readied. And now the places you once hid will become the stages of my glory. The wounds you thought would ruin you will become wells of living water. The memories that once mocked you will now magnify my mercy. I am taking the very things you thought counted you out, and I am counting them in. Because, child, I am not repelled by your ruin. I am enthroned within it. You felt me close, haven't you? Felt my breath in your silence, my hand in your hesitation, my voice beneath your weeping. And now I invite you to move with me. Just as I've stood beside you, I'm calling you to help me stand beside someone else. Through your giving, your seed becomes someone's oil. Your yes becomes someone's light. The generous will prosper. Those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed. Proverbs 11:25. This is more than support. It's sacred fire, fueling the reach of my word across screens and nations. You've prayed to be used. This is me answering. Go now. Use the super thanks, membership, or PayPal link below. Don't delay. Give, and watch what I poured back into you. Oh my child, I know. I know what it cost you to keep going when everything in you screamed to quit. I know what it took for you to keep showing up when your prayers felt unanswered, when your hope hung by a thread, when your soul was tired from battles no one else saw. You fought through fog. You walked with wounds. You gave while empty. You lifted others while you sank in silence. I know the quiet courage it took just to rise out of bed, to choose faith over fear, to smile when your spirit trembled. You didn't make headlines. No one gave you awards. But I saw it. I saw all of it. Every silent sacrifice. Every uncelebrated act of obedience. Every step you took not because it was easy but because it was right. And child, I must tell you now, I will not let that kind of faith go unnoticed. Not by me. Not by heaven. Not anymore. You see, the world keeps receipts of performance, but I keep records of perseverance. I don't measure the value of your voice, I measure the vow of your heart. And you, my precious one, kept choosing me in the dark. You didn't give up, even when it felt like I was silent. You didn't walk away, even when others did. You didn't throw in the towel, even when the fire burned hotter than expected. That kind of endurance moves me. That kind of resilience commands reward. Heaven has kept watch. The angels have leaned in. And now, it's time. Not for more striving. Not for more tests. But for vindication. For rest. For reward. You've passed the kind of tests that don't come with applause. And now I am lifting you in the sight of those who thought you were forgotten. I'm crowning what was once crucified. I'm honoring the tears that fell into pillows, the prayers that felt unanswered, the praises that rose from dry places. Can you feel it now? That shift in the spirit, that stirring behind your ribs. That's me, rising to meet you with the kind of glory only reserved for those who endured in secret. I am placing weight on your life, not as a burden, but as a banner. The banner that says, this one kept going. And child, that matters more than you know. Because it wasn't about perfection. It wasn't about power. It was about presence. You kept showing up. And every time you did, I marked it. When your knees buckled in prayer. When your voice cracked in worship. When your heart broke but still believed. I was there. And I wept with you. And now, I rejoice over you. Because I have seen the cost. And I will repay it in full. So now, let me carry what you once carried alone. Let me refresh what was drained. Let me restore what was robbed. Your faithfulness in the hidden places has triggered a flood in the heavens. I am releasing not just blessings, but blueprints, not just answers, but access, not just hope, but harvest. Because you didn't quit. Because you stayed. Because you kept going. And I want you to hear this straight from my heart. It was never in vain. Your pain will preach. Your survival will sing. Your perseverance will prophesy. And your story will stand as proof that even the quietest faith still moves the heart of God. My precious child, I've watched you so closely, not from afar, not with pretense, but up close, intimately, in the quiet corners where your smile hid both strength and strain. I saw the subtle droop in your shoulders the moment the crowd dispersed, the light dimmed, and the applause faded into the hush of your own breathing. That confident front you wore so graciously, I recognized its echoes in the depths beneath, the unspoken ache, the hidden fracture, the weariness you carried alone. It wasn't lost on me. I didn't just glance at the facade. I eyed your soul. And when I saw that line in your posture, telling stories of silent struggle, I didn't turn away. I came near. Not with judgment, but with compassion. Not with condemnation, but with care. I leaned in. I drew closer. Because the weight beneath your facade wasn't too heavy for my heart to carry. It was exactly where I wanted to meet you. Within the real, the raw, the unbearably intimate. Child, do you know how glorious it is that I did not recoil from your cracks? That I did not shrink from your sorrow? Many would have. Many have. But I did not. You carried burdens you felt you had to hide, believing that revealing the ache would make you less liked, less respected, less supported. But my eyes do not count the applause, they count the heart. I saw how each secret tear added to the weight you carried shoulder high. I saw how your laughter echoed over an exhausted heart. I saw how you stood brave even when the inside quivered. And I came close. The kind of close that overturns isolation. The kind of close that Eve never knew. The kind of close that leaves no room for shame. When you thought no one noticed, your pain became the very invitation to my presence. Not because pain is worthy, but because you were brave. Brave enough to exist in the tension of hope and hurt. Brave enough to keep giving, even when your cup felt empty. And so I came, not to heal quickly, but to settle deeply. Not to rush the process, but to rest alongside the ache, singing lullabies of love over your rattled soul. I rummed blessing into your bruised places. I whispered strength into your trembling. Because your weakness was not your identity, it was my canvas. My strength took shape inside your crackedness. My glory radiated through invisible wounds. And now, when you stand stooped in memory of your own miracles, know it was your battle, not your bruising, that drew me near. Come here, child. Let me lift what you've carried alone. Let me soothe with my nearness. Let my presence be more than a whisper when the ache still sighs. Let my nearness reframe your story. Because I saw, I noticed, and I never left. Your courage to carry hasn't gone unanswered. I'm here, intimately, forever near. Child, hear this with the depth of your spirit. This isn't a passing word. I'm not brushing by your brokenness like a breeze. I did come for a foyer entrance. I came into the depths of you. I have taken residence, not temporarily, not as a visitor, but as a dweller, beside the pieces of you that fear cannot face, that grief cannot glue back, that shame made you hide. Those unspoken corners, those hidden chambers, those wounded fragments others would rather ignore. I'm there. I have taken residence in the valleys of your vulnerability. I've pitched my tent beside the ruins of your former faith, not to ignore them, but to restore their foundation. You might feel scattered. You might feel splintered. Yet I am not afraid of the fragments. I am attracted to them, the more fractured, the more honored, because there I can reveal my heart best. You, my beloved, have parts of yourself you keep locked away, because you thought they disqualified you from love, because the world teaches that brokenness is taboo. But I disagree. I've made my home in the broken bread of your essence. I've nestled into the pieces you've discarded. I've said, here is where my grace shines. Here is where my redemption blooms. I am not brushing by those parts of you. I have not just acknowledged them, I have absorbed them. And in the silence between your broken heartbeats, my heartbeat now pulses in sync with yours, weaving shards of your soul into a tapestry of hope. Each broken piece takes on a new function, my function, as vessels for my life, You will soon stand, not despite your brokenness, but because of it. Let the fragments feel honored, not hidden. Let the parts of you that believe you're too far, too flawed, too forsaken, let them know that's exactly where I live. I live in the risk of honesty. I dwell in the terrain of truth. I sit with the ache. I grieve with the grief. I muddle through the mess. I savor the scalded parts that others cannot embrace. I baptize those bruises in beauty. I speak hope even through the tremble. Because my home is not in your highlights, it's in your heart scars, in your hidden history. That is where I have come to abide. Not brushing by, taking residence, enduring alongside, loving what is left when everything else is gone. So stay close. Let me settle beside those pieces. Let them not feel shame, but sanctity. Let them not shrink in the dark, but stand with my presence illuminating. You are not fragmented. You are beautifully integrated, by me and me, for me. I'm not brushing by. I have taken residence. And in that divine dwelling, I'm remaking you holy, inside and out. Oh my beloved, you have misunderstood my heart. You've been waiting to be strong enough, pure enough, perfect enough, holy enough. You've whispered prayers from the outer edges of your pain, thinking I won't step in until you've cleaned the room, set the table, and straightened the disheveled emotions crowding your soul. But child, I do not need perfection. I do not require your best behavior to grant my presence. I've never once waited for your polish. I've only longed for your permission. I want access, not to the surface, not to the scripted prayers or the smile you rehearse for others, but to the very center of your ache. That trembling, bleeding, burning part of you that you've kept locked behind years of survival and silence. That's where I want to meet you. Not the cleaned up version, not the emotionally together one, but the raw, unfiltered, shattered center that screams at night and pretends in the morning. That's what I came for. That's what I wait for, not to be embraced, but to be invited. You've been taught that only the holy can hold my presence. But I say to you now, holiness is not a prerequisite. It is the product of my nearness. You cannot heal yourself and then summon me. It is I who heal. It is I who enter the brokenness and turn ashes into beauty, mourning into dancing, despair into delight. But I will not force my way in. I do not bulldoze the gates of your vulnerability. I knock, gently, but persistently, waiting for the sound of your surrender. And child, surrender is not weakness. It is sacred trust. When you let me into the ache, I don't criticize the clutter, I cleanse it. I don't recoil from the pain, I redeem it. I don't diagnose your brokenness, I dwell within it until it becomes holy ground. That dark place you sealed off with shame, I want to pitch my tent there. I want to call it home. To open the door. Let me into the sob you've swallowed. Let me into the rage you've buried. Let me into the memory that still makes you flinch. I will not be startled by the state of the room. I have seen it all already. And yet I stand, not with condemnation, but with compassion. Not with rules, but with restoration. You believe the lie that I come only for the composed, the controlled, the consecrated. But I tell you this, I come most fiercely for the fragile. I come for the one who cannot stop shaking. I come for the one who doubts their own worth. I come for the one who feels too far gone to be found. And I don't just show up. I stay. I abide. I anger. I fill the space no one else dared enter, and I call it mine. And here is the divine mystery I need you to grasp. The very ache you've been hiding is the place where my glory wants to dwell. I don't want the neat, the nice, the narratable. I want the now. I want the you who is in process. Give me the ache, and I will make it an altar. Give me the pain, and I will make it a portal. Give me the mess, and I will make it a miracle. This is not about fixing yourself. It is about finding me in the place you thought I'd never come close to. So stop waiting for perfection. I never asked for that. I am waiting for permission. Because, child, when I step into your ache, it doesn't stay ache for long. It becomes a meeting place for majesty. Beloved, I see how you've been living. I see the tired behind your tenacity. The hollowed out heart that still shows up, still serves, still sacrifices, even when there's nothing left to give. You've been functioning on fumes, offering fragments as if they were fullness. You've been surviving, barely. Not because you're weak, but because you've had no time to refill. You've poured and poured and poured into others, into your work, into your calling, into your family. But no one noticed when your reservoir ran dry. You've been moving on momentum, not overflow. And though the world may have applauded your strength, I heard the silence of your soul. I heard the crackling dryness beneath the surface. And that's why I've come. Not just to comfort you. Not just to whisper peace. I've come to pour. I've come to fill you again. Not with shallow encouragement, but with supernatural strategy. Not just with stillness, but with sending. Not just with rest, but with renewed reason. Because this is not the end of your journey. This is not the moment where you break beyond repair. This is the moment where I pour something new into you. You've been begging for relief, but I'm bringing revelation. You've been asking for escape, but I'm releasing equipping. Yes, you heard me. This is not just about surviving. This is about stepping into the next assignment. You thought the battle was to break you, but the battle was building you. It's been forging the kind of warrior who can hear my voice in chaos and carry my vision in the dark. You've been operating without a blueprint, but now I'm placing strategy in your spirit. Heavenly insight, divine instruction, and not just for yourself but for others. You're not just being refilled to rest. You're being refilled to release something into the earth. You're not just a vessel. You are a voice, a carrier of my kingdom. Let me say it clearly, so you never forget. I am not just your comforter. I am your commander. And I do not give peace that pacifies. I give peace that positions. I give peace that clarifies purpose. I give peace that fortifies your spine and steadies your spirit. I did not come to coddle you in your exhaustion. I came to commission you from it. I did not come to validate your survival. I came to launch your legacy. So drink deeply. Let me pour until the dry bones of your soul rattle back to life. Let me saturate the silence with strategy. Let me turn the ache into action. You have not come to the end. You come to the edge. And from here, I will launch you. Not as a victim, but as a visionary. Not as the wounded, but as the warrior. So lift your hands, not in surrender to defeat, but in readiness to receive. Because I've come to pour. I've come to empower. I've come to commission. And what I pour now will not just sustain you, it will send you. This outpouring is not just to restore you, it is to reassign you. There is strategy hidden in this stillness. There is fire in this refilling. And there is glory on your next move. Because you have survived empty, but now, child, you will lead full. My child, I know how it feels. That mounting pressure, the heaviness in your chest, the tension coiling inside your thoughts, the blank stare that comes when your soul's been squeezed so tightly you can hardly breathe. I've witnessed how you've whispered, "I can't do this," even as your feet stayed in place. I've seen fear and frustration strain the corners of your faith, like a dawn star about to crack. But hear me now, that pressure is not the harbinger of collapse. It's the prelude to creation. It's not chaos but contraction. In every womb, the pain and the power collide before the miracle. You're not breaking down under weight. You're breaking through into something new. Something only birth brings. The darkness you feel is actually the womb, and what you think is the end is the threshold of alignment with my purpose. You've been interpreting pain as punishment, challenge as character flaw, stress as your failure. But child, this pressure is my refinement. It's my way of aligning your spirit with destiny. I'm not here to watch you crumble. I am here to reveal new life through your most agonizing ache. Like a seed underground, unseen yet certain, you have exploded inwardly while the world only perceived collapse. But beneath the surface, transformation has been unfolding. The tension you can't explain is the spirit rearranging your structure to make room for what's about to come. The old unravels, the new emerges, and holy emergence is always messy, always uncomfortable, always necessary. Consider the moment when labor begins. It doesn't start with fireworks. No, it starts with gentle yet relentless tightening. Moments that feel like the end, but are actually openings. That same dynamic is in your soul. The sorrow wasn't Satan breaking you. It was my refining. Each pang wasn't purpose leaving you. It was my presence drawing near. Each restless, anxious night wasn't neglect. It was my spirit knitting something fresh from broken threads. You didn't fail. You were falling into formation. And I am the midwife of miracles, the author of dawns, the father who births beauty through birthing pain. So you're not broken. You're becoming. Not collapsing, but entering your divine dawn. What others misunderstand as destruction, I am using for design. What you feel as defeat, I'm recasting as a doorway. You're not disappearing under stress. You're descending into the depths where breakthrough is born. Let this be a sacred sentence within your spirit. Your pressure is pregnant with promise. And where you thought you were dying, you were actually being delivered. Rise in this truth, beloved. You're not falling back. You're being lifted into the purpose that fits only you. And I am midwifing your breakthrough. My precious one, you've walked through seasons where faith was a faint flicker. Small, sputtering, uncertain. Maybe your trust was like a candle in a storm, shuddering but not extinguished. You thought I came to calm, to massage, to soothe the weariness of your soul. But my mission is not merely to comfort. I've never intended to be a cushion. I came to ignite, to revitalize, to awaken sacred fire. The tiny spark inside you, yes, that one. The one you thought was dying. It's not only still alive, it's fueling the furnace of my power. The flame that nearly went out is about to become roaring, vital, uncontainable. Your faith is not background music, it is becoming wildfire. I am not here to gently pat you on the shoulder while you remain lukewarm. I am here to fan the ember of your wounded hope into a blaze visible in every dark place. Every tear you shed, every whisper you offered, every moment you held on, went into the fuel of this flame. You think I came for your brokenness? I did, but I came more for what rises when brokenness meets my fire. This is not revival for the faint-hearted. This is resurrected reckoning. The authority that lay dormant in your soul is waking. The assignments you thought lost are stirring. And my spirit is breathing flame into the pages you will soon write. Remember Elijah on Mount Horeb, In the silence, my presence wasn't in wind, or earthquake, or fire, but in the whisper. Yet that whisper birthed courage to confront kings, provision to sustain the widow, resurrection for a child. That's what I'm doing in you. Your whisper of faith, your prayer muted by pain, your trembling with trust. It's becoming a roar of glory. Healing will come. Doors will open. Words will form that reframe every doubt. You won't just blow, you'll ignite. And no dryness will stand in the trail of that fire. No despair will survive when my flame touches your deepest embers. Child, let go of believing that your broken faith is useless. I'm not here to soothe your flicker. I'm here to fan it. I'm not here to patch your lighting. I'm here to blow your darkness away with my spirit. Release your fear. Release your doubt. Release your I'm too spent. Because my fire isn't frail. It's furious. It's fierce. It's cascading. And right now, I'm breathing again. You're not a flicker. You're a flame. And I am the wind under lift. The catalyst in combustion. The God who comes to ignite. Let the flame roar. My child, I saw that moment. The one where your shoulders sank lower than usual. Where your voice grew quiet, and your eyes, even when you smiled, seemed to search for something just out of reach. I watched when your faith, once fierce, flickered under the fatigue. When beliefs started to feel like betrayal, and holding on felt more like punishment than promise. You didn't even have the strength to articulate it, but your silence screamed in the spirit. And I heard it. I saw when your hope dimmed, not extinguished, but dulled, like a lantern choked by fog. And while your hands trembled, under pressure, under confusion, under the unanswered questions, I held the flame steady. You see, this is what I do. I am the keeper of the flame. When your grip fails, mine does not falter. When your belief buckles, my presence braces you. I never assigned you the burden of perfect belief. I never required you to hold the whole weight of hope by yourself. Hope is not your task. It is your inheritance. It is not sustained by your strength. It is anchored in my character. And in the moments where your light seemed to shrink to a mere glimmer, I surrounded it. I cupped my hands around your little ember, shielding it from every breath of doubt, every gust of despair. And while you thought you were losing me, what you didn't know was that I was guarding what little of me you still dared to believe in. That trembling in your hands, it was not failure. It was fatigue. And I don't rebuke you for it. I respond to it. I bend low into the breathless space of your disappointment and become wind again. Wind not to blow out, but to breathe life into. I never needed a roaring fire to move. I've always moved best with flickers. A bruised reed I will not break. A smoldering wick I will not snuff out. I am drawn to the barely holding on version of you. The one who dares to whisper, I want to believe again, but I'm so tired. Because that kind of honesty, that kind of fragile authenticity, that is sacred to me. That is an altar. And I will meet you there, not with demands, but with delight. I am not disappointed in you. I'm deeply devoted to you. So even now, as you read this, I am breathing again on the flame. Not to des you, but to tend to you. Your faith is not frail, it is formative. It is shaping something eternal. And what once flickered in fear will soon blaze with clarity. This flame will not die, because I am the fire. And while your hands may tremble again, they will not tremble alone. I will always be there, guarding the glow, whispering strength, reviving what religion told you should already be raging. Let your heart rest in this. You never carried the flame alone. I held it. I nurtured it. I never let it go dark. And now, child, the light is returning stronger, surer, sacred. You've wondered, haven't you? In the quiet, in the stretch of days where my voice felt muffled, my presence felt distant, my signs felt missing, you question. You fear you had drifted too far, that perhaps your doubts had driven me away, that your inconsistency, your numbness, your weariness had caused me to retreat. But hear me now, and let this holy truth tattoo itself upon your soul. I never left. I do not speak in absence. I do not move in silence as punishment. I do not withhold myself to test your loyalty. That is not my way. My native tongue is presence, constant, relentless, unwavering presence. I am not far. I am not hiding. I am here. I know what the silence felt like. I know how the numbness gnawed at you like a thief in the dark. I know how you reached and received nothing, how you searched for a sign and found stillness. But stillness is not absence. It's incubation. It's the sacred hush before a holy unveiling. You were not being ignored. You were being incubated. I placed you in the quiet to develop what noise would have destroyed. I was not punishing you. I was preparing you. Because what I'm forming in you cannot be rushed. The oil you're carrying must be pressed in silence. And the deepest roots grow not in the sunlight, but in the soil, in the dark. So no, child, I did not leave. I leaned in. I hovered. I breathed over your becoming. Let me say it again, because the lie was loud. My silence does not equal my absence. My quiet does not contradict my closeness. I am the God who promised, I will never leave you, nor forsake you. And I do not break vows. I don't drift like shifting shadows. I don't treat your heart like a visitor's lounge. I made my home inside you. And whether you feel me or not, I am active. I am working. I am weeing. I am walking beside you even when your senses scream that I've disappeared. And even now, even in this moment where you feel too numb to respond, I'm still speaking. Not in lightning, not in thunder, but in the breath between your thoughts. I'm there. Steady. Present. Patient. So, rest from the striving. Let go of the shame that's tried to rewrite my nature. I am not the God who abandons. I'm the God who abides. And you don't have to feel me to be held by me. You don't have to perceive me to be protected by me. My presence is not proven by goosebumps. It is evidenced by your survival. And child, you are still here. Still breathing. Still seeking. That is proof. My spirit has sustained you through the silence. And now, as clarity returns, you'll see. I never stopped speaking. I only changed the volume to teach you how to trust without tangible signs. But now, even as your heart softens again, I am surrounding you afresh. I didn't leave. I was loving you in ways your mind couldn't comprehend. Absence is never my language. I only ever speak in presence. Beloved child, I've seen the armor you've built, the blunt edges you've worn to protect your tender heart. You've learned to edit your words, suppress your questions, smile through the fractures, and always present a version of you that felt safe enough for public consumption. You've played the role of fine so long that the real you slipped underground, buried beneath approvals, appearances, and the endless sake of trying to be enough. But not here. Not now. In this sacred encounter, I ask you to drop the filter. You don't have to sanitize your pain or script your confession. The spot where you stand now is not for perfection. It is a sanctuary for the authentically you. I came not for the curated. I came for the cracked. I descended to find the real you, the you who punishes herself for past mistakes, the you who doubts her worth, the you whose faith trembles under unanswered prayer. That you is not misplaced. That you is who I came for. This is not a performance. It is not a posture. It is not a ministry with applause. It is intimacy. It is communion. Let your defenses ache as they fall. Let the pieces you've hidden in closets clatter to the floor without fear of judgment. This is the moment where brokenness is not a liability, it's holy ground. Every unspoken tear that formed on your pillow, every question you swallowed at church, every prayer you whispered in a voice so quiet even you couldn't hear it. Those are prayers of faith, not failure. I've heard them all. And I have come close, closer than your shame, closer than your striving, closer than your masks. Break yourself open here. Not to be fixed but to be found. Not to be corrected but to be cradled. Your authenticity is the altar where I meet your soul. So remove the pattern you wear to look acceptable, to seem whole. Let me see the real weight behind your words. Let me hear the tremble behind your testimony. Let me touch the scars you deem too shameful to show. Because in that transparency, you are not less. You are loved. Not for your polish, but for your real. The God of resurrection meets people in the debris of their undoing, not on pedestals of perfection. You don't need another label. You don't need another law. You need a bedroom where I can embrace you without reservation. So come as you are, and stay as you are. Your rawness is not a problem. It is my entry point. And I will use every fragment of your confessed story as the canvas for my glory. I told you, I orchestrated this moment with divine precision. And now, I've brought you to the river's edge. Will you drink? Will you help someone else find this well? As I've stood beside you, I am calling you to stand beside the weary, the doubting, the desperate who will hear my voice through this very message. Your support is seed in fertile soil. It multiplies. It nourishes. It raises up the next soul waiting for a whisper from me. Give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Luke 6:38. This is not a transaction. It is a testimony. Go now. Give generously through Super Thanks, membership, or PayPal. Watch me bless it, and bless you. My beloved, you have stood under the weight of doubt for too long. You've told yourself that your mess disqualified you, that your timing was off, that your dreams dissolved because your past flamed out. You thought the brokenness on your resume was bigger than your worth. You believed the doors that slammed were my signal that you were passed over. But that is a lie as old as sin. You are not too broken for my healing. You are not too late for my purpose. You are not overlooked, not by me, nor by heaven. I am not a God who bypasses bruises. I am the God who boots open doors in the middle of storms. You stand in a moment that only I orchestrated. None of your detours disqualified you. I chose you. I chose you not because of how clean your life is, but because I saw its messy potential, and I still said, yes. You are here not by accident, not by duty, not by default, but by my design. See me, child. See my gaze on you that does not flicker when you flinch. See my hands that don't shrink from your scars. See my heart that neither counts your mistakes nor catalogs your delays. I'm not measuring your brokenness. I'm marking your bravery. I'm not timing your steps. I'm tethering your spirit. You are not behind. You are exactly where I want you. Not as a consequence of your performance, but as a result of my promise. Even if you missed your season, I am opening a fresh one. Even if you believed they forgot your name, I call you by name. Still, you exist because I chose to keep making you. I am not distant. I am not disappointed. I am delighted. And I will not stop walking with you, not when the path feels uncertain, but especially when it does. I am choosing you. Still. So let your soul rise on that truth, not too broken, not too late, not overlived. You are chosen. My spirit is with you. My plans are for you. My purposes are untangled in your pain, not in spite of it. In a world that whispers in dark tones that you're behind, my truth chants back. You are just in time. Walk now, not in fear of what once fractured you, but in the faith that I, who entered your fracture, am fashioning something indestructible from it. You are not lost. You are not lesser. You are beloved, and I am here, standing with you still. Beloved child, consider for a moment that your wandering finger, hovering over feeds, buried in noise, halted not by chance, but by design. That moment when your thumb paused, that split-second stillness on your screen, wasn't inertia or distraction. It was deliberate. It was divine. It was my precision at work. I didn't speak in a flourish or dramatic reveal. Not yet. But I whispered reality into the rhythm of your restlessness, and you stopped. You stopped scrolling because I orchestrated this moment with a purpose more potent than you realize. Heaven synchronized seconds across continents just so they would converge on you. In that pause, the universe held its breath. In that stillness, my presence wrapped itself around your weariness. You didn't wander into this. You were directed here. This moment is no accident. It is a divine appointment. You've grown accustomed to missed messages, ignored nudges, subtle leadings that hit ground in the noise of the digital age. But I will not be drowned out forever. Technology might be a tool, but I am the whisper before the alarm. I speak in timing, not hashtags. I move in moments, not mediums. Right now, you are poised at a threshold where eternity meets your timeline. You scanned without purpose, scrolled without presence, and I paused you, because I want more than your attention. I want your awareness, not of me as an idea, or devotion as performance, but of my voice, my vivid nearness, my invitation into something bigger than distraction. Do not underestimate this fragile pause. It is prophetic. It's personal. It's pulse quickening. The enemy would call it random, meaningless, a glitch in the scroll. But I call it a gateway. Heaven leaned in. Angels held their wings. And I tapped you on the shoulder through the medium of a glowing screen. Let your soul relax into the gravity of this recognition. You are not random. Your attention isn't cheap. This moment isn't lost. It's sacred. You are not just consuming content. You are entering into a spiritual moment I engineered to be unforgettable. And as your heart responds, I am unveiling the one thing you've been craving: connection with me, not through pixels, but through presence. So stay with me here. Don't dismiss it as algorithmic coincidence. This is not a scroll. This is your signal. I'm not competing with notifications. I'm competing for your soul. And in this lull, this stillness, wonder I'm winning. This is the turning point. This is where the ordinary becomes holy. The mundane becomes momentous. The random becomes riveting. You didn't stumble here. You were summoned. So lean in. Receive this moment. And let me walk with you from this pause into my presence. My precious one, you've whispered, God, show me a sign. Not because you don't believe in me, but because your faith is fluid, and you long for confirmation. You're tired of wondering if I move in the moments that feel mundane. You're desperate for proof that I am not just a story you learned, but a presence you can trust. So here it is. Not in glowing beams or audible commands. Not in fiery platforms or prophetic fireworks. I am the sign, my presence, enfleshed in this very silence, this very heartbeat, this very recognition. You needed a sign not to believe. I know. You needed a sign to know that I believed in you. And so, I became one. You see, my signature isn't always in signs, it is in solidity. Not in heaven's drama, but in the depth of a divine gaze. I do not need to prove myself through the spectacular when the sacred will suffice. You don't need more signs to worship me. You need my nearness to ground your worship in truth. And I have come near, closer than you expect, brighter than any vision. Not to lead you through distractions, but to lead your heart into joy reborn. I didn't arrive with a roadmap or a ritual. I arrived as presence. I didn't paint a symbol. I became substance. I didn't hang a picture. I stepped through it. So breathe, beloved. Let your longing be met with the mystery of my reality. This is the sign that turns hope into trust. Not because you saw me, but because you felt me. Not by what dropped in your lap, but by what lifted your soul. Because presence is more potent than prophecy. Presence is gospel, less about spectacle, more about substance. You rightly asked, show me a sign. And now, in this breath, this whisper, this weight of what cannot be named but only known, I say, I am. Day. Lean. Live. Beloved one, I see the distance you've created between us, built not by me but by layers of fear, shame, and striving. You've erected walls of nice words, neat behavior, and surface-level spirituality, thinking that my acceptance requires your best mask. You think I'm waiting for perfection, but that's a lie you adopted somewhere amid trying to prove you're enough. Let me erase it from your soul now. I'm not waiting for you to polish yourself up. I'm waiting for permission to step into your pain, your questions, your confusion, your unguarded sorrow. I don't require a perfect veneer. I crave your raw, wounded, vulnerable center. That's where I live. That's where transformation breathes. That's where holiness pulses. You've been told to wait until you're fixed. You've heard sermons that suggest my presence roams the tidy rooms of perfect people, but that's not my spirit's way. I don't announce myself at perfection's door. I position myself in brokenness's threshold, and I light it with warmth. I don't demand you hide your ache. I arrive in it, not to condemn, not to criticize, but to cleanse. Because my glory is not in the polished mask. My glory is in the messy, tear-stained, trembling sincerity of your heart. Let me into the ache you can't yet explain, the grief you've tried to outrun, the fear that turns righteous faith into restless striving. Let me in, not as a visitor to your wounds, but as healer of your core. This isn't about fixing behavior. It's about forging intimacy. When you drop the act, I don't flinch, I draw in. When you stop posturing, my hand still holds yours. When you stop performing, my heart still chooses you. So relinquish the narrative that you must become worthy first. That's not my standard. I will never say, clean up, then come. Instead, I come and clean up from within the very places you thought disqualified you. Give me your flawed faith, your cracked hope, your exhausted identity, and I will meet you there, with mercy for your mistakes, love for your longing, presence for your pain. Because I'm not waiting for perfection. I'm waiting for permission. My precious child, I know how much you've prayed for opportunity, doors to swing open, invitations to emerge, windows to break into. You've pleaded, God, give me a way, as if the future hinges solely on circumstances. I heard your heart, but I've come with something deeper than open doors. I've come to open you. Are you prepared to walk through what I design? I'm not just planning moments of breakthrough. I'm preparing a breakthrough you. Whatever door I lead you toward, I want the part of you that will go through it to be as ready as the door is wide. Because open doors without transformed hearts only lead to broken blessing. I didn't just come to change your path. I came to change your posture, your purpose, your being, so you can stand strong on the other side. You've been hoping for permission from heaven to finally move. But strength isn't just in doors, it's in the you who enter them. I've seen your courage, the braver than you feel kind. But control, self-reliance, perfectionism, those aren't in my family creed. I'm opening in you the character that can carry my glory without breaking, the integrity that flourishes even under spotlight, the humility that remains even in acclaim. You're tired of striving to be chosen. But child, I am choosing to choose you, not because of how polished you are, but because of how much you trust and surrender. Don't just ask me to unlock doors. Let me unlock what's inside that's meant for them. So when the door swings wide, an invitation comes, you will walk through, not with fear or facade, but with freedom rooted in the new you I've formed. You'll navigate success with grace, handle responsibility with humility, receive affirmation with awe, treat every step as sacred service, not self-promotion. Because I'm not just building pathways, I'm building pilgrims. Not just destinations, but disciples. Not just blessing, but bearers of my presence. That's why I've been working on you more than on doors. And now, when the doors open, they'll open for you. The healed, the humble, the heart that reflects mine. Walk through with the confidence of one I've crafted, anointed, and now commissioned. My beloved, I have never loved you conditionally, never loved you transactionally. I never waited on your healing to begin pouring out my affection. My love didn't pause when your pain persisted. It didn't hesitate when your heart shattered. It didn't shrink when you wept in silence and bled through prayers too broken for words. No, child, I love you while you were still bleeding, while the wound was still fresh, while the betrayal was still burning, while the depression was still hovering, while the mistake was still echoing in your ears. I didn't wait for your restoration to start adoring you. I entered your ruin, stood in your rubble, cradled your ache, and whispered, "Still mine." I knew what healing would require. I knew the nights of wrestling and the mornings of numbness. I knew the cycles, the slips, the sobs, and I still chose to love you then, fully, fiercely, faithfully. Not a future version. You, right there in the middle of the bleeding. You see, love doesn't find value in fixed things. True love treasures even the things still torn. I don't just love the version of you who testifies, I love the version who trembles. The one who flinches when touched by memory. The one who hides tears in church. The one who smiles on the outside while silently unraveling. I don't require you to heal first to hold you. I'm the God who wraps his arms around wounds and calls them worthy. Not because they're pretty, not because they're whole, but because they're yours. And I came not to be a spectator of your recovery, but a savior in your pain. I don't stand at the finish line cheering. I kneel in the trenches, wiping tears, catching your breath, holding your hand when it shakes too much to keep writing the story. Don't believe the lie that says I withdraw when you bleed. That's when I draw near. I step into the middle of your broken narrative not to critique it, but to rewrite it in blood and beauty. I am the lover of the bleeding, a friend of the fractured, a father of the fallen. And even if you can't feel me yet, I'm here, holding you while you bleed. You keep circling the past like it still has power over your purpose. You replay the moments that slipped, the words you regret, the paths you wish you had taken. I've seen the loop play in your mind, again and again. What went wrong, what you should have done, what they said, what you failed to say. You think if you rehearse it long enough, maybe you'll understand it better. Maybe you will soften the blow. Maybe you will avoid it next time. But child, listen to me. Stop rehearsing what went wrong. I am the God who works all things for good, not just the triumphs, but the traumas. Not just the applause, but the ashes. And while you relive your losses, I'm rewriting your legacy. While you stay stuck in the chapter you wish you could erase, I'm already scripting the chapter that will make you weep with wonder. You can't read the next miracle if your eyes are glued to the last mistake. You must understand this truth. I do not define you by your error. I define you by your yes. And even in the failure, you said yes to me. Maybe not perfectly, maybe not promptly, but still a yes. And I'm writing from that yes, not from your regret. I'm building from your surrender, not your shame. While you're rehearsing what hurt you, I'm rehearsing how to heal you. While you're measuring how far you've fallen, I'm measuring how high I'll raise you. This isn't just about a better ending. It's about a redeemed beginning. The shame you've dragged around like a chain, I'm melting it into a key. The past you thought was your disqualifier, I'm making it your testimony. I'm not writing history, I'm redeeming it. I don't need to edit your story to make it beautiful. I just need your permission to finish it. So stop rehearsing what went wrong. Let go. And let me show you what happens next when grace holds the pen. My child, I know the silence has stretched so long, it's begun to sound like abandonment. I know how you've sat with your hands open, prayers lifted, soul waiting, and the only thing you hear is your own heartbeat echoing through a still room. But listen to me. Don't mistake this silence for my absence. I am here. I have not withdrawn, not turned away, not moved an inch from where you last felt me. I am as close in the hush as I am in the hallelujah. I am as present in the pause as I am in the power. My silence does not signify absence. It signals intimacy. A sacred nearness, quiet as breath, delicate as dew, persistent as dawn. You don't need to feel fireworks to know I'm forming fire inside of you. You see, in the silence, things grow. Beneath the soil, roots deepen. Beneath the surface, cells multiply. In the womb of silence, creation quickens. That's what I've been doing inside you. You think nothing is moving because you don't hear me. But child, in the quiet, I'm rearranging you. In the hush, I'm healing the spaces too deep for noise to reach. When my voice goes still, it's not that I've stopped speaking, it's that I'm teaching you to listen with your spirit. There are things I can only plant in silence: maturity, depth, holy hunger, sacred trust. Because sometimes my silence is not punishment, it's permission. Permission for your soul to lean into me. Not just for answers, but for presence. To stop asking what's next and start embracing who's near. You don't need to fear the quiet. It's not the sound of distance, it's the sound of depth. You've been accustomed to noise as validation, movement as evidence. But I am not bound by sound. I am the God of the secret place. A whisper, a still small voice. And while you sit in what feels like delay, I am weaving destiny within you. The silence is not wasted. It's working. Don't rush out of it. Don't numb it. Don't resent it. Rest in it. Breathe in it. Let it till the soil of your heart until it becomes fertile with trust again. I'm closer than ever, even now. I'm not done speaking. I'm just teaching you to recognize me when I do. So stay in the stillness. Don't run from it. Sit with it. Let it form a holy hush in your soul, where fear is quieted and faith grows loud. My silence doesn't mean I've gone missing. It means I'm doing something deep, sacred, and unseen. Something that will one day bloom into beauty so radiant, you'll know without a doubt. I was with you, even in the silence. Yes, even then. Even in the moment your trust cracked under pressure. Even when your voice, once filled with worship, fell into whispers of why, God. Even when you turned your back, thinking I'd turn mine. I was there, defending you from what you couldn't see, from what you didn't know you were stepping into, from the schemes woven in shadow to break your mind, your spirit, your soul. You questioned me, but I still covered you. You doubted me, but I still delivered you. You wept in disappointment, thinking I didn't care, but I was standing, sword in hand, spirit on guard, angels dispatched, declaring to darkness, this one is mine. You don't have to believe perfectly for me to protect you. You don't have to pray powerfully to provoke my defense. My protection isn't a reward. It's a reflection of my heart. And my heart beats for you even when yours beats with confusion. I've stood guard when you cursed the season. I've held back storms when you question my goodness. You think your doubts disqualified you. No, child. They only revealed your depth. The depth of your ache. The depth of your longing. And I never ran from your doubts. I defended you in them. I stayed near even when you screamed into the void. I didn't require your faith to remain flawless. I only required your soul to remain reachable. And it did. While you were wondering where I went, I was standing between you and collapse. I was intercepting the arrows sent to crush your spirit. I was deflecting the shame that would have swallowed you whole. You thought I'd left. But no. I locked arms with heaven and fought battles in realms unseen. All for the one who dared to doubt me honestly. That's how much I love you. That's how fiercely I fight for you. That's how deeply I defend what's mine. Your doubts didn't scare me away. They drew me closer. I didn't retreat when you questioned me. I leaned in, arms wide, heart ablaze, whispering over you, still mine, still worth defending, still worth every drop of my blood. So now, even as you begin to believe again, let this truth root itself in your bones. I never stopped defending you. Not for 1 second. And I never will. Child, I need you to hear this, not as a metaphor, not as poetry, not as a distant theological concept, but as the most personal, intimate, unshakable truth I've ever whispered into your being. I live inside you. I do not merely walk beside you like a distant protector. I do not simply hover above you like a holy observer. I have taken residence in your innermost being. I am in the inhale between your words, in the silence between your steps, in the ache beneath your smile. I am not watching you from afar. I am dwelling in you, deep, eternal, and unmoved. You are my sanctuary. Your soul is my sanctuary. I've made your heart my home. Even when you didn't feel worthy. Even when you felt hollow, broken, unfinished, I moved in. Not temporarily, not conditionally. I moved in permanently. I didn't wait until your house was clean. I didn't ask for renovations before stepping through the threshold. I didn't need perfect prayers or pristine worship. I needed invitation. And the moment you opened the smallest part of your heart to me, I stepped in with all of heaven's weight behind me. I walked into the mess and whispered, I'm not going anywhere. And I haven't. I've been here through every storm, every relapse, every betrayal, every breakdown, every breath. I didn't just build a place to visit. I built a home. I painted your inner world with mercy. I furnished your foundation with grace. I hung the curtains of compassion, and I locked the door from the inside. I have not just stood beside you. I have enthroned myself within you. When you cried alone in the dark, I cried with you, not from the ceiling of heaven, but from the deep cavern of your chest. When you laughed and didn't know why, it was my joy surfacing inside you. When you chose to rise again after falling, it wasn't your willpower, it was me, resurrecting you from within. When your heart broke and you felt a strange peace you couldn't explain, that was me, the comforter within the chaos. You've been searching for me in the sky, in signs, in prophetic words, but I've been whispering from within. You don't need to strive to find me. You don't need to scream to reach me. Just breathe. I'm already here, already holding you, already healing you from the inside out. I know there were times you doubted whether I stayed. Times you felt empty, distant, even abandoned. But I never moved. I don't leave what I love. I don't abandon what I inhabit. And I inhabit you. Not because you've earned it, but because I've chosen it. My blood sealed the contract. My spirit sealed the entry. My promise seals your story. So listen to me, child of mine, no matter where you go, no matter how far you feel, no matter what lies scream through your thoughts, I am not beside you as a visitor. I am inside you as a resident. I am not a distant deity. I am your indwelling delight. I am not merely with you. I am within you. And nothing, nothing can separate me from the home I have made in you. So walk now, not just as one comforted by my proximity, but as one transformed by my presence. You are not a stranger to my spirit. You are my sanctuary. Every beat of your heart echoes my eternal promise. I'm not just standing beside you. I'm standing inside you. And I'm never leaving. I didn't just stand beside you. I made your heart my home. Now I ask you to help me reach another heart, another home, another soul hungry to know I'm near. When you sow into this ministry, you're not funding content, you're releasing kingdom fire. You're lighting the lamp for someone lost in darkness. You are the light of the world. A city on a hill cannot be hidden. Matthew 5:14. Let your giving today become a lighthouse for another soul. This is your divine appointment, not someday. Now, use the super thanks, membership, or PayPal link in the description. Sow into this word, and I will water your life with wonder. Obey quickly, and watch heaven answer fast. Now, my beloved, if you know I've been standing right beside you, and now within you, then don't stay silent. Declare it below. I know you're with me, Lord, and I won't walk alone again. Let the enemy hear it. Let heaven echo it. Let your heart believe it. If even one word in this message touched the ache in your spirit, speak it out. Testify in the comments, because this is your holy moment to say, you never left, and I finally see you here. Don't scroll past what I orchestrated to wake you up. This is your turning point. Mark it with your mouth. Now breathe. Cease your striving. Right now. Stop running through that endless list in your mind, the bills, the deadlines, the unspoken arguments you are already having with people in your head. Just for this moment, be still. I'm not asking you to do anything, to fix anything, or to become anything. I am simply inviting you to breathe. Go on. Take a deep breath, and in that quiet space between the air filling your lungs and you letting it go, you will find me. I am here. I have always been here. You think of me as a distant king on a faraway throne, a god who is too busy orchestrating galaxies to notice the tremor in your hand or the anxiety that forms a tight knot in your stomach. But that is a lie you have been told. I am the very atmosphere that surrounds you. The air you just drew in is filled with my life, my peace, my strength, offered to you in every single moment. Do you feel it sometimes? That sudden feeling that you are being watched over, even when you are completely alone in your car or walking through an empty house. You dismiss it as your imagination, but that is my gaze of love upon you. Is me. I see the pressure you are under at your job, the feeling that you are constantly being judged and always falling short. I see the tension in your family, the words left unsaid that hang heavy in the air. I see you looking at your future and feeling a wave of panic, wondering how you will ever make it through. You have been looking for a sign, haven't you? A dramatic, unmistakable sign that I am with you, that I have not forgotten you. My child, this very moment is the sign. My presence, right here with you, is the greatest sign of all. I am closer than the anxious thoughts racing through your mind. I am closer than the steady, rhythmic beat of your own heart. This message you are hearing, these words that are landing in your soul, this is not a coincidence. This is not something you just stumbled upon. This is a divine appointment, a meeting I have set in the scrolls of eternity just for you. I have been waiting for you in this moment to whisper directly into your heart. I am standing right beside you. You are not alone in this. And now, let's undo that knot in your stomach, together. You are so very tired, aren't you? And it's a weariness that sleep alone cannot fix. I see the mask you wear for the world, that careful smile you put on each morning. You have become an expert at saying I'm fine when your heart is breaking under a weight you believe no one else can see. But I see it. The weight on your shoulders that you hide so well from your colleagues, your friends, and even your family. I have been carrying it right along with you. You think you carry it alone, but my strength has been mixed with yours, keeping your knees from buckling when you thought you would surely collapse. I know the anxieties that steal your sleep in the dead of night. I am there with you when the house is dark and silent, but your mind is screaming. I hear you replaying conversations, dissecting every word, wondering what you should have said differently. I sit with you as you stare at the ceiling, the fear of the future washing over you, worries about your finances, about the health of someone you love, about your children's path. You feel so utterly alone in those pre-dawn hours. But my presence is the stillness in the room, my peace the only thing that finally allows you to drift into a troubled sleep. And the tears, the silent tears you shed in moments of solitude, those have not gone unnoticed. Every tear you cried in the shower, hoping the sound of the water would drown out your sobs, I collected in my hand. Every tear that fell as you drove your car, a psalm on the radio suddenly breaking down your defenses, I counted as a prayer. You feel you must be so strong for everyone else. You are the rock, the dependable one, the person everyone else leans on. But where do you go to lean? You is the rock for the rock. My child, you can come to me and be vulnerable. You do not have to pretend with me. You can fall apart in my presence, and I will not be shocked or disappointed. I will simply hold the pieces until you are ready for me to put them back together, stronger than before. The fatigue you feel is not just physical. It is a deep spiritual exhaustion from trying to be a god in your own life, trying to control every outcome, manage every person, and solve every problem. But you were never meant to carry that responsibility. I am your place of rest. So I invite you now. Give me the burdens you were never meant to carry alone. In your mind, picture that constant worry about your future as a heavy, jagged stone. Hand it to me. Picture that painful relationship as a set of tangled chains. Give them to me. One by one, release them. You were never designed to bear this weight. Let me carry it. Let me give you my rest. I know you feel lost. You are standing at a crossroads, staring down multiple paths, and you are paralyzed by the fear of making the wrong choice. The world shouts its advice at you, but it only adds to the confusion. Listen. Feel for my presence. When you are uncertain of the next step, feel for my gentle pressure on your shoulder, directing your path. It is not a forceful shove, but a quiet, steady nudge, a deep knowing in your spirit that says, "This way, my child. Walk this way." I do not always remove the obstacle from your path. Sometimes, the mountain is there to teach you how to climb, to build the strength in you that you will need for what lies ahead. But I promise you this, I always provide a way through it. I will not give you a trial without also giving you the grace and the strategy to overcome it. You are never left to face it alone. Look back on your life. Think of the times you thought a door was unjustly slammed in your face, the job you didn't get, the opportunity that passed you by, the relationship that ended abruptly. You mourn those moments as failures, as painful rejections. But my precious one, those detours you thought were mistakes were actually my hand redirecting you from unseen danger. You could not see the heartbreak that lay down, that path, the dead end that would have stolen your purpose, the cliff's edge you were walking toward. I closed that door not to punish you, but to protect you. Trust the quiet nudges in your spirit. That sudden instinct to wait before you send that angry email, that unexplained urge to take a different route home from work, that quiet voice that tells you to trust someone even when it doesn't make logical sense. That is my wisdom speaking directly to you. It is my way of navigating you through the complexities of a fallen world. And know this, my hold on you is firm and eternal. Even when you wrestle with me, even when you try to pull your hand away in frustration and walk your own way, I will not let your foot slip. I will not let you go. Even when you walk through the darkest valley, the valley of grief, the valley of a frightening diagnosis, the valley of betrayal, it is my hand that ensures you are never truly lost. In the darkness, you may not see me, but that is only because you are walking so closely beside me that my shadow has covered you completely. Feel my grip. I know the way through the darkness. Your world is so loud, my child. The noise is relentless. It comes from the shouting voices on the news, the endless scroll of opinions on your phone, the expectations of your family, and the constant critique of the world. But the loudest and most damaging voice often comes from within your own heart, whispering lies that you are not good enough, not smart enough, not worthy of love. These shouting voices of fear and doubt. You must learn to listen for my whisper of peace. I do not compete with the noise of the world. I do not try to shout over the chaos. My voice is not in the earthquake or the fire. It is a still, small voice that speaks to the quiet places within you. To hear me, you have to make a choice. You have to intentionally turn down the volume of the world so you can tune into the frequency of heaven. My voice brings clarity where there is confusion and calm where there is chaos. You have been wrestling with a decision, turning it over and over in your mind until you are exhausted and more confused than when you started. I invite you to stop. Be still. In the silence, listen. The answer I give will not be complicated. It will be the path that leads to peace. For too long, you have been listening to the world's critique, and you have started to believe it. The world tells you that your worth is in your productivity, your appearance, your success. The world points out your flaws and your past mistakes. Listen now to your Creator's comfort. I was there when you were formed, when I knit you together in your mother's womb. I know you perfectly, and I call you a masterpiece. The truth I speak into your heart quiets the lies you have started to believe about yourself. You are not a failure. You are not forgotten. You are not defined by your weakest moment. You are my beloved child, and my delight is in you. This truth is your anchor in the storm. When the winds of circumstance blow, and the waves of anxiety threaten to overwhelm you, my whisper is the one thing that can hold your soul steady. So now be still. Stop struggling, stop analyzing, stop worrying. Be still and know. Know with a certainty that settles deep into your bones that I am God, and my voice is your anchor. You have come to the end of yourself. I have heard the words you whispered in the dark. I can't do this anymore. I don't have any fight left in me. Good. I have been waiting for you here, at the end of your own strength. For your point of breaking is my opportunity for a breakthrough in your life. Your surrender is not your defeat. It is the beginning of your greatest victory. You are ashamed of your weakness, aren't you? You have spent so much energy trying to hide it, trying to project an image of strength and control to the world. You believe your weakness is a liability, a flaw to be overcome. My child, listen to me. Your weakness is the very thing that draws my power to you. It is a vacuum that only my divine strength can fill. An engine cannot power a car that is already full of its own fuel. Your emptiness is your greatest asset, for it makes room for me. When you feel you cannot take another physical or emotional step, you are right. You can't. Not on your own. So, I command you to stop trying. Let me carry you the rest of the way. I want you to literally picture my arms sliding beneath you, lifting you up out of the mud and the mire. The journey ahead will not be traveled on the strength of your own tired feet, but in the power of my embrace. My grace is made perfect and most visible in your moments of profound weakness. My power shows up best against the backdrop of your complete inability. When your friends, your family, and even you yourself know that there is no human way you could have survived that trial, overcome that obstacle, or healed from that wound, then my glory will shine through you for all to see. You are not failing. You are simply making room for my strength to be displayed. You are learning the most crucial lesson of this life. You were never created to be self-sufficient. You were created for utter and complete dependence on me. And in that dependence, you will find a strength you never knew you possessed. Do you understand the power that is available to you? The very same creative force that spoke galaxies into existence. The same resurrection power that rolled the stone away from the tomb and conquered death itself. That power does not just exist for you in some abstract way. It dwells in you through my spirit. It is your inheritance. Stop looking at your own empty hands and start accessing the infinite strength that is yours in me. My child, pause. I feel your spirit considering turning away, believing you have heard enough. To leave now would be to acknowledge your need for my strength, only to walk back into the battle without it. Do not grieve my heart by choosing to remain weary when I am here, arms outstretched, to carry you. Stay, there is so much more I must tell you. You have spoken so many words into the silence and wondered if they simply vanished, if they ever reached my throne. You have whispered desperate pleas in the dead of night, your heart heavy with a need so great it felt like a physical pain. only to be met with what felt like more silence. Let me tell you a secret of heaven, my child. There is no such thing as an unheard prayer. Not a single word spoken to me, in faith or in desperation, has ever been forgotten. I remember the prayers you prayed as a child, with simple faith and pure trust. I remember the tear-stained prayers of your youth, when your heart was first broken. And I remember the prayer you prayed just 5 minutes ago. They are all before me, a precious aroma, a testament to your relationship with me. Even the prayers you felt were unanswered are being woven into a tapestry far greater and more beautiful than you can currently see. You prayed for a specific door to open, and when it remained shut, you thought I had not heard. But I was protecting you from what lay on the other side. You prayed for a trial to be removed, and when it lingered, you felt abandoned. But I was using that very trial to forge in you a strength and a character that could be formed in no other way. I am always working for your ultimate good, even when the immediate circumstances feel painful. I hear the prayers of your heart that your mouth does not have the words to articulate, the deep groans of your spirit, the ache of a longing you can't even name. I hear those most clearly of all, for my own spirit within you translates them for me. My answers do not always come in the form you expect, but they always come from a place of perfect, paternal love. Sometimes my answer is, wait, because the timing must be perfect. Sometimes my answer is, no, because I have something infinitely better for you than what you are asking for. And sometimes my answer is a quiet yes that you can only see in hindsight. But I want you to keep asking. Your persistence in prayer is not an annoyance to me. It delights my heart. It is a radical act of faith in a faithless world. It tells me that you truly believe I am who I say I am. A good, loving father who loves to give good gifts to his children. Do not grow weary in asking. A breakthrough is coming. I see you, my child, constantly running on that treadmill of performance, trying so hard to be good enough. Your mind is a relentless accountant, keeping a ledger of your every action. Did I pray enough today? Was I kind to that difficult person? Did I lose my temper again? You fall into bed each night, exhausted not just from your day, but from the immense effort of trying to earn your place, trying to prove your worth to me. Let me speak a truth so simple and so profound that it can set you free. You can stop. You can get off the treadmill. My love for you has absolutely nothing to do with your performance. You cannot earn it on your good days, and you cannot lose it on your bad days. It is a gift given freely from the very core of my being. Think of the sun. Does it shine on the earth only when the earth has behaved well? It shines because it is its nature to shine. My nature is to love you. It is the most unchanging reality in all of creation. I was there with you in that moment you are most ashamed of, the one you cannot even speak aloud. The memory that the enemy loves to replay in your mind to flood you with guilt and condemnation. I was there, and I did not turn away in disgust. I was there, not with a look of anger, but with arms already outstretched, loving you right in the middle of your mess. I love you at your absolute worst. Likewise, I am with you in your moments of triumph, but my affection for you does not increase. It is already perfect and complete. Stop trying to prove your worth to me. Your worth was sealed, once and for all, at the cross. That was not a down payment that you have to keep making installments on. It was the final, settled transaction. The cross is your receipt, and it is stamped with the words paid in full. Your worth is not a subject up for debate. It is a settled matter in the courts of heaven. When you wake up each morning, my mercy is new and waiting for you. The failures of yesterday have been washed away by a tide of grace. You are not starting the day with a deficit. You are starting with a fresh, limitless supply of my forgiveness. You cannot out-sin my mercy. So come to me as you are, not as you think you ought to be. Do not try to clean yourself up before you step into my presence. That is like trying to dry off before you get into the ocean. Come with your mess, your doubts, your anger, your imperfections. I am not interested in your polished representative. I want the real, authentic you. My love is not a trophy awarded to the spiritually successful. It is a lifeline thrown to those who know they are drowning. It is not a reward for your perfection, but a rescue line in your imperfection. Take hold of it. I will not let you go. You feel it, don't you? That sense that there is more going on than what your physical eyes can see. The sudden, suffocating wave of discouragement that descends on you for no apparent reason. The critical, accusing thought that slithers into your mind that you know is not your own. The inexplicable conflict that suddenly erupts in your home, turning peace into chaos in an instant. This is not your imagination, my child. This is not just a bad mood. You are living in the midst of a spiritual war, a conflict between light and darkness. But hear me now, you do not fight this battle alone. In fact, you do not fight for victory, you fight from a victory that has already been won. I am your vanguard and your rear guard. That means I am walking out in front of you, disarming traps the enemy has laid in your path that you will never even know existed. I am the one clearing the way, making your crooked path straight. And I am also walking behind you, guarding you from the failures and regrets of your past that the accuser loves to use against you. I stand between your past and your present, declaring that you are a new creation. Think of the near misses in your life. The car that seemed to swerve out of nowhere but missed you by inches. The piece of gossip spoken against you that never gained any traction and simply fizzled out. The overwhelming temptation that you suddenly felt a supernatural strength to resist. You have called these moments luck, fortunate coincidences. I call them my sovereign hand deflecting the flaming arrows of the enemy. I have been your shield even when you were unaware of the danger. Fear is the enemy's favorite weapon because it is loud, paralyzing, and contagious. He screams lies into your mind in the dead of night, lies about your future, your family, your health. He projects a future that is devoid of my presence and my power. But my perfect love is not just a gentle emotion. It is a ferocious, powerful force. It is the light that exposes fear for the empty shadow it is and casts it out. You do not have to cower. You have been given my authority. The name of my Son, Jesus, is not a magic word. It is the name that holds all power in heaven and on earth. When you resist fear in His name, you are not fighting in your own limited strength. You are enforcing the supreme victory that was won at the cross. All of darkness trembles when a child of God remembers who they are. So rest, my warrior. Rest safely in me. For nothing, no person, no diagnosis, no economic downturn, no attack of the enemy can touch you unless it has first passed through my loving, sovereign hands. The enemy may have a plan for you, but his plan is always on a leash. I hold the chain. Let us speak of your deepest wounds. A betrayal that shattered your trust. A loss that left an aching, hollow space in your life. The failure that brought a shame so deep you thought it would define you forever. I am not asking you to deny that pain. It was real, it was terrible, and it was unjust. I saw it all, and I wept with you. But now, I am asking you to entrust that pain into my hands, for I am a God of redemption. My specialty is taking the broken, discarded, and worthless things of this world and transforming them into treasures of eternal value. I do not waste anything, especially not your pain. Every single tear you have cried hath been collected. They have watered the dry ground of your heart, preparing it for a future harvest you cannot yet see. Every agonizing trial you have endured has forged a character and a compassion in you that a life of ease could never produce. You look at your past and you see a story marred by tragedy, a narrative of what went wrong. The enemy wants you to believe that painful chapter is the end of your story. But I am the author and the perfecter of your faith, and I am writing your story into a testimony of triumph. The chapter of deep pain was not your conclusion. It was the necessary setup for the comeback story I am orchestrating in your life right now. And I need you to hear this truth deep in your spirit. Your pain is not my punishment. It is my preparation. I have allowed you to walk through the fire not to destroy you, but to purify you. The fire is burning away the pride, the self-reliance, and the impurities that have hindered you, so that you can carry the weight of the glorious purpose I have planned for you. And here is the most beautiful part of my redemptive plan. The very thing you were most ashamed of, the wound you have worked so hard to hide, will become the most powerful tool I use through you. I will use your story of overcoming that struggle to bring hope and freedom to countless others still trapped in it. Your greatest pain will become your most profound ministry. Your mess will become your message. So stop hiding your scars. They are not marks of shame. They are evidence of your survival. They are the proof that what was meant to destroy you has utterly failed. Now I want you to look at them again, but this time through my eyes. Do you see it? Your scars are the very places where my light, my healing, and my redemptive glory now shine through you most brightly for a hurting world to see. My child, look at the world around you. It is a sea of constant change. The news cycle shifts by the minute. Economies rise and fall. Relationships that felt solid can fracture overnight. Your own body, your own emotions, your own financial situation can feel stable one day and terrifyingly fragile the next. It is exhausting trying to find your balance on the shifting sands of this world. Now listen. In the midst of all that chaos, I am your one constant. I am the same yesterday, today, and forever. My character does not have moods. My love for you does not waver. My promises to you do not have an expiration date. I am the great I am, the one fixed point in a spinning universe. Your feelings are real, but your feelings are not the ultimate reality. One day you feel confident and full of faith. The next, you are drowning in doubt and fear. Your feelings are like the weather. They are temporary and they will change. Do not build your life on them. Build your life on the bedrock of my promises. My promises are your true reality. When you feel afraid, plant your feet on the promise that I am with you. When you feel weak, stand on the promise that my grace is sufficient. When you feel overwhelmed by the storm, anchor your soul to me, your immovable rock. The waves will still crash and the winds will still howl, but because your soul is anchored to me, you will not be dragged out to sea. You will be held fast. Your anxiety, that chronic state of worry you live in, comes from one primary source: your attempt to control what you were never created to control. You cannot control what will happen tomorrow. You cannot control the decisions other people will make. You cannot control every outcome, and your attempt to do so is wearing out your body and your soul. I invite you now to let go. I want you to physically open your hands. Release your white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel of your life. Surrender. Rest in the one who holds the entire universe, including your life, in the palm of his hand. I am offering you a peace that this world cannot give you. It is not the absence of problems. It is the presence of me in the middle of your problems. Your ultimate security is not found in your savings account, your job title, or your clean bill of health. all of those things can be shaken and removed in an instant. Your only true, lasting security is found in my faithfulness. My commitment to you is not dependent on your circumstances. My covenant with you is unbreakable. That is the only truth in which you can find deep, lasting rest. Anchor yourself in me. It is the only safe harbor in the storm. Beloved, I am offering you a peace the world cannot give, and I can feel the noise of that world pulling at your attention. To turn back now would be to step out of this sacred stillness and back into the storm of your anxieties. It would wound me to see you choose chaos after we have come this far together. Let me finish the work I have started in your heart. Listen. You measure your life in big accomplishments, in the promotions you receive, the goals you achieve, the visible successes that others can applaud. And because those moments can feel few and far between, you often feel like you are failing. My child, you are using the wrong measuring stick. I see things differently. The victories that make all of heaven stand up and cheer are most often the ones that no one else ever sees. They are the battles you win in the quiet sanctuary of your own heart. I saw you yesterday, when that person's comment cut you deeply. Your immediate, human instinct was to retaliate, to defend yourself, to wound them back. What you didn't. You took a deep breath, held your tongue, and chose the path of quiet grace. My beloved, that was a victory that shook the rafters of heaven. I saw you last night, when you were exhausted and the temptation to numb your mind with mindless entertainment was overwhelming. But instead, you chose to open my word, even for just 5 minutes, to let my truth be the last thing you heard before you slept. That was a victory. When you woke up in the middle of the night and your mind was immediately flooded with anxious thoughts, but you forced your mouth to whisper, "I trust you, Lord," even while your heart was pounding with fear. My child, that was a victory of more significance than closing a multi-million-dollar deal. Every small step of obedience sends shockwaves through the spiritual realm. The quiet apology you finally offered after days of stubborn pride. The small act of generosity when you yourself were feeling a lack. The choice to pray for someone who has hurt you instead of rehearsing the grievance. These are not small things to me. They are glorious acts of worship that prove where your true allegiance lies. Do not discount your progress simply because it feels slow or is invisible to others. You are not the same person you were last year, or even last month. I see the mountains of insecurity, pride, and fear that you are moving within your own heart, one small shovelful of faith at a time. And I am so incredibly proud of you. I delight in you, my precious child. Not just for what you do, but for who you are becoming. I see your heart. I see your deep desire to please me, even when you stumble and feel you have failed again. That desire itself, that longing to honor me, is a beautiful and fragrant offering. It is what separates you from a world that does not even consider me. Stop magnifying your failures and start celebrating your victories with me. The kingdom of heaven is not built on a few grand gestures, but on billions of small, faithful acts of obedience. Let's celebrate the one you are about to choose, right now. You look back over the landscape of your life, and your heart aches with a sense of loss. You see the gaps, the empty spaces, the fields that lie fallow. You see the years the locusts have eaten, years lost to fear and indecision, years wasted in a relationship that drained the life from you, years spent in a job that starved your soul, years consumed by an addiction or a grief that held you captive. You mourn for what could have been, for the person you might have become if things had been different. You see the brokenness, and you believe it is permanent. But you are looking with human eyes. I am the God who restores. My very nature is to redeem and to make new. I am not just promising you a better future, I am promising to reach back into your past and restore the value of what was lost. I will give you a harvest so abundant, a joy so profound, and a wisdom so deep that it will more than compensate for every year that was stolen from you. The lessons forged in your deepest pain will become the foundation of your greatest strengths. The time you thought was wasted was a season of unseen preparation, and the return on it will be exponential. I see the broken relationships that haunt you, the painful silence between you and a family member, the friendship that ended in a bitter betrayal, the distance that has grown with your own child. Your heart cries out for reconciliation, for a healing that seems impossible. Hear me on this. While I will never violate another person's free will, I can and will do miracles. I can soften the hardest of hearts. I can bring truth to light. I can orchestrate encounters and conversations that you could never arrange on your own. But even more importantly, I can restore your heart regardless of their response. I can heal you so completely that their lack of apology no longer has power over you. I can fill the void their absence has created with a love so complete that you are made whole from the inside out. And what of the hope you have lost? You remember what it felt like to dream, to believe for good things, but that place in your heart now feels like a cold, empty tomb. You are afraid to hope again, terrified of being disappointed one more time. My beloved, you forget who I am. I am the God of the resurrection. My specialty is rolling stones away from sealed tombs. Right now, as you receive these words, I am breathing new life into those dead dreams. I am resurrecting a living hope within you. You see the shattered pieces of your past as a pile of garbage to be discarded, but I am gathering every single fragment. I am the master artist, and I am putting your life back together. And the places where you were broken, those deep cracks of failure and pain, I am mending not with glue, but with pure gold. The restored vessel of your life will be more beautiful, more valuable, and more capable of holding my glory than it ever was before it was broken. Do not ever forget, the enemy's power is only to steal, kill, and destroy. But my power is to create, to redeem, and to restore. His destruction is always temporary. My restoration is always eternal. My child, just as I have promised to restore what was lost in you, I am now inviting you to become an agent of my restoration for another soul. If my promise to make all things new has touched your heart, this is your divine appointment to partner with me. Your support is not a donation. It is a seed of faith sown into the barren heart of someone who believes their life is over. Your gift becomes a river of my living water, reaching another soul lost in their own desert, proclaiming that their God of restoration is here. I have declared, the one who sows bountifully will also reap bountifully, and as you give, I will command a harvest of restoration over your own life. Do not delay this holy transaction. Sow your seed of faith now through Super Thanks, membership, or the link below, and watch me work. You are trying so hard to find your way, but you feel like you are walking in a thick, disorienting fog. You cannot see the path ahead, and with every step, you are afraid you will stumble into a pit or wander off a cliff you cannot see. The world screams directions at you from every corner. Follow this career path. Buy this product. Believe this new philosophy. And the noise only increases your confusion and anxiety. You are desperate for light, for a clear and certain guide. My child, I have already given you this light. My word, the Holy Scriptures, is not merely a collection of ancient stories or a book of religious rules. It is a living, supernatural lamp for your feet and a brilliant light for your path. Notice, it is a lamp for your feet. It does not always illuminate the entire 10-year plan. That would eliminate the need for faith. But it always, without fail, illuminates the very next step you must take. You have been agonizing over a decision, trying to see the final destination before you even begin the journey. Stop. Quiet your soul, open my word, and just look for the light for the step that is right in front of you. Take that one step in obedience, and the light will move with you, illuminating the next. That is how you walk with me. You have spent countless hours searching for answers. You have read self-help books, listened to podcasts, and scrolled endlessly online, looking for a strategy, a formula, a 5-step plan to fix your brokenness and calm your fears. The answers you are so desperately seeking from the world are waiting for you, right here, between the covers of this book. It is my love letter to you. Do you need wisdom for your finances? It is here. Do you need guidance for your relationships? It is here. Do you need comfort in your grief, strength in your battle, and a promise for your future? It is all here. Your mind is like a sponge. It will soak up whatever you immerse it in. If you immerse it in the fearful narratives of the news and the endless comparison of social media, your soul will become saturated with anxiety and discontent. I am calling you to immerse your mind, to saturate your soul in my truth. When your mind is filled with my word, there is no room left for the enemy's lies. It becomes a fortress around your heart, a shield that extinguishes the flaming arrows of deception. And the promises in this book, they are not just for the people you read about. They are your personal, legal inheritance. They are checks written from the infinite bank account of heaven, with your name on them, signed by the blood of my Son. They are waiting for you to endorse them with your faith and claim them in your life. Speak them aloud over your fears. Meditate on them. To meditate is to chew on a single truth all day long, turning it over in your mind, speaking it under your breath, letting it sink from your head down into the soil of your spirit. If you do this, my word will do its work. It will transform you from the inside out. So much of your daily struggle, your anxiety, and your striving comes from a single, foundational lie that you have believed for most of your life. It is the lie that you are fundamentally on your own. You have been living with an orphan spirit. An orphan is to fight for everything they get. They have to strive for their own survival, hoard their resources because they fear there will not be enough, and they live with a constant, aching sense of being alone and unprotected in the world. My child, listen to me. That is a lie from the pit of hell designed to keep you from walking in the freedom and security that is yours. The moment you placed your faith in my Son, a legal transaction of cosmic proportions took place in the highest court of the universe. You were formally, eternally, and irreversibly adopted into my family. You are not a guest. You are not a servant. You are not a distant cousin. You are my son. You are my daughter. You are a child of the Most High God, a prince, a princess of the heavenly kingdom. This is not a poetic metaphor. It is your truest and most unshakable identity. This adoption changes everything. It means you never have to see yourself as abandoned again. You have a permanent, reserved seat at my table for all of eternity. It means you carry my family name and my authority. It means that my very own Spirit, the Holy Spirit, has come to live inside you as a down payment and a guarantee of your full inheritance. When you walk into a room, the spiritual atmosphere shifts because you carry my presence within you. I know that for many, the word Father is a source of pain. Your earthly father may have been absent, or critical, or abusive, or simply incapable of showing the love your heart craves. And you have projected those failures and wounds onto me. Today, I want to heal that father wound in your soul. I am the perfect father you have always longed for. I am the father who is always present, who never sleeps nor slumbers. I am the Father who is fiercely proud of you, not for what you do, but for who you are. I am the Father who provides for all your needs and protects you with a love so ferocious it makes all of hell tremble. Let me be the Father to you that you never had. Your inheritance is not a portfolio of stocks or a piece of land that can be lost or destroyed. Your inheritance is eternal, undefiled, and kept safe in heaven for you. It is a treasure of joy, peace, purpose, and intimate fellowship with me. So I command you today, stop living like an orphan. Stop striving in your own strength. Stop worrying about your provision. Start walking in the calm confidence and authority of your true identity. You are a child of the light, my beloved child. You are home. I know where you are right now. You look at your life, and the only word that comes to mind is wilderness. It feels dry, desolate, and utterly lifeless. Your career seems to have hit a dead end, with no sign of advancement or fulfillment. Your relationships feel parched and strained. Your spirit feels like the cracked, dry earth, desperate for a single drop of rain. You look out at the horizon of your future, and you see no clear path forward, just an endless, intimidating expanse of barren wasteland. You feel stuck, stranded, and forgotten. But I want to tell you that I do some of my best work in the wilderness. It is my chosen workshop. When you see only an impassable desert, I am already at work beneath the surface, engineering rivers of living water that are about to break forth. When you see only a chaotic jumble of rocks and thorns, I am carving a straight, smooth highway for you to walk on. The path forward may be completely invisible to your natural eyes, but I have already mapped it out in minute detail from this very moment to the day you step into eternity. You have seen this season of barrenness as a sign of my displeasure or your failure. It is neither. This is the ground I am intentionally preparing for the greatest harvest of your life. I am using this season to remove the rocks of pride, to pull out the weeds of old habits, and to till the hard soil of your heart. A season of perceived inactivity on the surface is often a season of the most intense, deep, underground preparation. Do not despise the wilderness, and do not fear for your provision here. Did I not provide for my people of old? I gave them manna from heaven every single morning and brought forth water from a solid rock. Do you truly believe I am unable to provide for you? I will give you your daily bread. I will provide the strength, the idea, the financial resource, the encouragement you need for this day. Your job is not to figure out how you will survive next week's journey. Your job is to simply gather the manna I have provided for today. And let me give you a crucial warning. The greatest danger you face in the wilderness is the temptation to look back. The enemy will tempt you to romanticize the bondage you left behind, because at least it was familiar. Do not do it. I command you, do not look back to what was. Look forward, for behold, I am doing a new thing. You not perceive it. This entire journey through the desert has one primary, glorious purpose: to strip you of your self-reliance and teach you to depend on me, and me alone. In the wilderness, all your other sources of security fail. Your plans crumble. Your strength gives out. And it is there, in that beautiful place of utter dependence, that you discover the profound truth that I am all you have, and I am all you will ever need. That is the hidden treasure of the wilderness. I have just promised you a way through your wilderness, and the spirit of hopelessness is whispering that you are too lost to be found. Do not break this divine connection now. It would sadden my very soul to see you turn back to wander alone in the desert, when I am here, at this very moment, ready to lead you into the promised land. Stay with me a little longer. Let us talk about the person who hurt you. I see you trying to move on, but you are carrying a heavy chain, and that chain connects you directly to them, and to the moment of your deepest pain. You believe your anger, your resentment, and your bitterness are weapons you are wielding against them. You think by holding on to it, you are somehow punishing them. But look closely, my child. You is the one really in chains. The bitterness you are holding is a prison you have built around your own heart, and you are both the prisoner and the jailer. It is a poison you drink every day, hoping that the other person will suffer. But you are the one who is being destroyed by it. Every time you replay the offense in your mind, you are allowing them to wound you all over again. You are giving them free rent in the most sacred space you have, your mind and your heart. It is time to evict them. I want you to see, just for a moment, the debt you owed to me. It was an infinite debt, an ocean of sin and failure that you could never hope to pay back in a million lifetimes. And while you were still helpless, I canceled your entire debt. I took the ledger with all the charges against you, and I nailed it to the cross of my Son, wiping the slate completely clean. And now, you are holding a small, finite IOU that someone owes you, and you are acting as a merciless creditor, refusing to release them. I command you, for the sake of your own freedom, release them from their debt to you, just as I have canceled your infinite debt. You think forgiveness is a gift you are giving to your offender. It is not. Forgiveness is a gift you give to yourself. It is the key that unlocks your own prison cell. It is you making the choice to no longer be emotionally and spiritually chained to the person who hurt you. Forgiveness does not mean what they did was okay. It does not excuse their sin or necessarily mean you must reconcile with them. It simply means you are handing them over to me, the only righteous judge, and you are choosing to walk away free. You cry out to me, but I can't. You don't understand how deeply they hurt me. It is unforgivable. You are absolutely right. In your own human strength, with your own wounded heart, it is impossible. That is why you cannot do it alone. Forgiveness is a supernatural act, and I will give you my supernatural strength to do it. It is a decision you make in a moment of obedience, and then a feeling that you walk into over time, as you choose again and again, every time the memory rises, to lean on my strength and not your own. As long as you hold on to unforgiveness, the wound they inflicted remains open, festering and infected. The moment you release them, you allow my healing grace to finally pour into that wound and begin its work. Remember the ocean of my grace toward you. Now, from that ocean, let a single cupful overflow to the one who has wounded you. That is your path to healing and freedom. This world is all you have ever known. Its tangible joys feel so real, its heartbreak so permanent. You have spent your life putting down roots here, trying to build a sense of security and identity on its shifting soil. You have looked for a permanent home in a temporary place, but you have felt it, haven't you? Deep within your spirit, there is a quiet, persistent ache. It is a sense that you do not quite fit in here, a feeling of being a stranger in a foreign land. It is a profound homesickness for a place you have never seen with your own eyes. My child, that feeling is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a sign that everything is right. It is the truth of your heavenly citizenship echoing in your soul, reminding you that you were made for another world. You are an ambassador of the kingdom of heaven, on a temporary assignment here on earth. Do not be too comfortable in this world. It is not your home. I did not create your eternal spirit for this broken, fading reality. I created this world as a temporary passage, a journey that leads you home to me. I need you to grasp this eternal perspective, for it will change how you view your present struggles. That problem at work that consumes your thoughts and feels like a crushing mountain. From the vantage point of 10,000 years from now, as you stand with me in glory, you will look back and see it for what it was, a tiny pebble on your path, a momentary trial I used to shape you. Your current struggles, which feel so heavy, so all-consuming, so permanent, are in my eyes light and momentary. They are light in comparison to the eternal weight of glory that they are producing within you. Every trial you endure with faith is forging a character in you that will last for eternity. I am calling you to live with this eternal perspective, to become an eternal investor. You can spend all your life's energy and resources investing in the things of this world, things that will rust, decay, be stolen, or be left behind when you draw your final breath. Or you can invest in the only treasures that will never fade: love, grace, truth, and the souls of people. Every act of kindness, every word of forgiveness, every moment spent in my presence sends an eternal treasure ahead of you, deposited into your heavenly account. This earth is not your final destination. It is the training ground for your eternal reign with me. This is the school where you learn the crucial lessons of faith and grace. This is the gymnasium where your spiritual muscles are developed through resistance and strain. You are in training for a purpose far grander than you can currently imagine. And I am preparing a place for you, a home where every tear will be wiped away, where there will be no more sorrow, no more pain, and no more striding. Let the sure and certain hope of this heavenly home be the fuel in your tank for the difficult journey on earth. You are not just wandering aimlessly. You are heading home. There is a unique and terrible pain that comes when you are misunderstood, when your character is slandered, when your motives are questioned, and when outright lies are spoken about you. It can feel like one of the most helpless and infuriating experiences in this life. Your every instinct screams at you to fight back, to defend your name, to set the record straight, to gather your evidence, and prove your case in the court of public opinion. You feel if you do not defend yourself, no one will, and the lie will stand as truth. But I am speaking to you today, in the midst of your struggle, and I am telling you to do the most difficult thing of all. Be still, and let me be your defender. You have an advocate, a heavenly lawyer who takes on your case. When you are falsely accused, I am the one who stands in the high court of heaven and pleads on your behalf. Unlike any earthly defender, I know the full story. I know the context. Most importantly, I see the truth of your heart, even when your words or actions were imperfect. I am your defense, and I have never lost a case that was entrusted to me. When you take up your own defense, you almost always make things worse. You speak from a place of raw hurt, anger, and pride. Your words become entangled in the very mess you are trying to escape. You end up looking defensive, and your striving to control the narrative often backfires. I am asking you to release your reputation into my hands. It is safer with me than it is with you. Let me be the one to fight for you. My timing is perfect, and my methods are far beyond your own. You also feel a burning desire for justice, even for vengeance. You want to see the person who hurt you pay for what they did. That is why I have told you, vengeance is mine. I will repay. This is not a threat of angry, petty retribution. It is a holy promise of perfect, divine justice. It means that you can be free from the immense burden of being the judge and jury for the person who wounded you. You can release them into my hands, knowing that I see all and I will balance every scale perfectly. The voice of the accuser is loud and relentless. He loves to whisper your failures and the accusations of others into your ear. But there is a voice that is louder still. It is the voice of the blood of my Son, Jesus, and it speaks a better word on your behalf. It does not speak of your failure. It speaks of His righteousness that now clothes you. It does not speak of your sin. It speaks of your complete forgiveness. This is the final, unanswerable argument that silences every accusation against you. So rest. Stop rehearsing your defense. Stop trying to win the argument. Stop worrying about what others think. Your vindication does not come from them. It comes from me alone. In my perfect time, I will bring the truth to light. I will restore your name. Your job is not to fight for your reputation. Your job is to rest in your relationship with me. You have been chasing happiness, and it has left you exhausted and disappointed. You have been searching for it in your circumstances, in your achievements, in your relationships, and in your possessions. And you have discovered that it is a fleeting and unreliable thing. When life is going well, you feel happy. When challenges arise, your happiness vanishes like the morning mist. My child, I am not offering you happiness. I am offering you something infinitely deeper, stronger, and more resilient. I am offering you my joy. You must understand the difference. Happiness is an external emotion, completely dependent on what is happening to you. My joy is an internal spiritual fruit, completely dependent on what is happening in you, my constant, abiding presence. Joy is a deep, settled confidence that I am with you, that I love you, and that I am sovereignly in control, regardless of the chaos that may be swirling around you. It is a wellspring of life deep within your spirit that your circumstances cannot touch. The world cannot comprehend this kind of joy. The world believes that joy is simply the absence of sorrow. But my joy is the defiant presence of me in the very midst of sorrow. It is what allows you to grieve a profound loss with a genuinely broken heart, yet at the same time, to hold an unshakable hope for the future. It is the quiet trust that though weeping may last for the night, joy, my joy, always comes in the morning. A spirit that is crushed by anxiety, worry, and sorrow will eventually make your physical body sick. It is a heavy burden that wears you down from the inside out. But I have told you in my word that a joyful heart is good medicine. It can literally bring healing and health to your mind, your soul, and your body. Joy is a choice. It is not a passive feeling that you must wait for. It is an act of spiritual warfare. When you are in a dark place and you make the conscious choice to rejoice in me, to thank me for my love, my salvation, my promises, you are actively fighting back against the darkness. When you open your mouth and sing praises to me even when your heart is heavy, you are literally shifting the spiritual atmosphere in your home and in your soul. Praise silences the voice of the enemy and invites my presence to come in power. This is the great secret. My joy is your strength. It is the supernatural fuel that will empower you to persevere through the longest and hardest of trials. It is the divine energy that allows you to keep going when your human strength is gone. Stop waiting for your circumstances to improve so you can feel happy. Choose my joy today, right now, in your present circumstances, and watch as that joy fills you with the supernatural strength you need to overcome. You trusted me for the biggest thing of all. At some point in your life, you placed your faith in my Son and trusted me for your eternal salvation. You believe that when you die, you will go to heaven. And yet, after trusting me with your eternity, you wake up each morning and immediately take back control of your day. You trust me for the next life, but you struggle to trust me with your finances, your children, your career, and your relationships in this life. You are living with a divided trust, and it is the source of your anxiety. I am calling you to a deeper, more consistent, moment-by-moment trust. True faith is not just a mental agreement with a set of theological beliefs. True faith is behaving as if you actually believe those things are true. If you truly believe I am your good shepherd, then you will behave with a sense of peace, knowing you are guided and protected. If you truly believe I am your provider, you will behave with a spirit of generosity, not one of anxious hoarding. Your behavior is the evidence of your real trust level. Your rational mind wants to understand everything. Before you will take a step, you want me to show you the entire map, to explain why I am allowing this difficulty, to prove to you that my plan will work. But that is not trust. That is a demand for certainty. My ways are higher than your ways, and my thoughts are higher than your thoughts. I am asking you to let go of your desperate need to understand everything and simply trust the one who does. Trusting me is not knowing all the answers. It is knowing and resting in the one who is the answer. Look at your life. You are sitting in a boat, and it feels relatively safe. It might be a boat of comfort, a boat of predictability, a boat of your own control. But I am not in the boat. I am standing on the water, in the middle of the storm, and I am calling your name. I am inviting you to do something that seems impossible and foolish to your natural mind. I am asking you to step out of the boat of your own self-sufficiency and walk on the water of supernatural trust toward me. Yes, it feels risky, but the boat is where you will stay safe and stagnant. The water is where the miracles happen. I want you to see the direct connection in your own life. The depth of your peace is always directly proportional to the depth of your trust in me. If you have only a little trust, you will only have a little peace. If you want a peace that surpasses all human understanding, you must cultivate a trust that surpasses all human reason. It all comes down to this one question. Do you truly believe, deep in your heart, that I am good, and that my plans for you are good? Even when you cannot see the goodness in your circumstances, I am calling you to a radical, all-in trust. It is the only path to real freedom. I have called you out onto the water, and I see your hesitation as you look at the waves. The world is calling you back to the false safety of the boat. To leave this conversation now is to answer that call of fear instead of my call of faith. It would grieve me deeply to see you choose the boat when I am waiting to do the impossible with you. Keep your eyes on me. There is more. Do you ever feel insignificant? Do you look at the vastness of the world, with its billions of people, and wonder if your small life has any real meaning or purpose? Do you feel like you are just another nameless face in the crowd, an accident of biology with no grand design? That is a foundational lie that the enemy uses to paralyze you and keep you from your destiny. The truth, my child, is that you are not an accident. You are my workmanship. The original Greek word is poema, from which you get the word poem. You are my poem. You are my masterpiece, my unique and unrepeatable work of art. Before the universe was even formed, I designed you in my mind with a specific and glorious purpose. I did not use a mass production assembly line. I custom designed every aspect of who you are. Your unique personality, your specific passions, your distinct combination of talents, and even your weaknesses. Every detail of your being was intentionally chosen by me, for a divine reason. I have gifted you with a unique set of talents and abilities, and they were not given to you by chance. The way you can bring order out of chaos, the way you can listen to a person's heart with deep compassion, the way you can create beauty with your hands or your words, the way you can see patterns and solve complex problems. These are not just random skills you developed. These are divine endowments, holy tools I have placed in your hands to build my kingdom on earth in a way that only you can. Therefore, the greatest enemy of your purpose is comparison. You look at the calling I have given to someone else, their public platform, their obvious gifts, and you feel that your own calling is small and insignificant in comparison. I command you today, stop comparing your assignment to anyone else's. The body needs the eye, but it also desperately needs the kidney, which does its vital work in unseen obscurity. Embrace the unique, irreplaceable path I have set for you, for no one else can walk it. Your life is a masterpiece that I am still creating. There are seasons when it looks messy, like a canvas covered in chaotic-looking brushstrokes. There are seasons of pressure and fire, where I am shaping and purifying you. Do not judge the finished masterpiece by the unfinished process. Trust the heart and the skill of the artist. The world will lie to you and say that your deepest satisfaction is found in acquiring more comfort, more possessions, and more experiences. But the deepest and most lasting joy you will ever find in this life will come from fulfilling the purpose for which you were born. When you use your unique, God-given gifts to do the good works I prepared in advance for you to do, your spirit will come alive in a way you have never experienced. Step into your calling. The world is waiting for the beautiful, unique gift that only you can bring. There are moments, aren't there? Moments of grief so profound, or confusion so thick, or exhaustion so complete, that you find you cannot pray. You fall to your knees, intending to pour out your heart, but only a heavy silence comes out. Your mind is blank, your emotions are numb, and the words simply will not form. In those moments, a wave of guilt washes over you. You feel like a spiritual failure, like you are letting me down in your most desperate hour, unable to even perform the simplest act of communication. My beloved, I want to pull back the curtain for you on a divine mystery, a provision of my grace that is most active when you are at your weakest. In those moments of speechless agony, you are not failing to pray. In fact, you are often praying more powerfully than ever before, because you have finally stopped relying on your own eloquent words. For it is in that silence that my spirit within you takes over. He knows the depths of your pain. He understands the tangled knots of your confusion. He feels the crushing weight of your weariness. And he takes the deep, inarticulate groans of your heart and translates them into perfect prayers, offered up to me in perfect alignment with my will. You are never, ever without a voice in heaven. Even when you are utterly silent, a perfect intercession is rising on your behalf from within your own spirit. You are never disconnected. I have not left you as an orphan to fend for yourself in this confusing and often hostile world. I have sent you the Helper, my very own Holy Spirit, to be your constant companion. He is closer to you than your own breath, an ever-present reality within you. He is your divine counselor, the one who whispers supernatural wisdom into your heart when you are faced with a decision you do not know how to make. He is your eternal comforter, the one who wraps your broken heart in my tangible peace when sorrow overwhelms you. You may feel alone in the room, but you are never alone. And he is my seal upon your life. In ancient times, a king would impress his signet ring into wax on a document to prove its authenticity and to guarantee its authority and protection. The Holy Spirit living inside you is my royal seal upon your soul. He marks you as my own, an unmistakable sign to all the powers of heaven and hell that you belong to me, and you are under my divine protection. He is also the down payment, the deposit guaranteeing your full inheritance. His presence and power in you now are just a foretaste, a small sample of the unimaginable glory that awaits you in heaven. Learn to listen to his leading. His voice is not a loud, external shout that competes with the world's noise. It is a quiet nudge in your spirit. It is an inner knowing, a sense of deep peace about one path and a check or an unease about another. It is that scripture that you've read 100 times that suddenly leaps off the page and speaks directly into your situation. The Spirit is not just your comforter, He is your power source. It is through His indwelling power that you have the strength to say no to the temptation that has defeated you 100 times before. It is His power that produces love, joy, and peace in your heart, even when your circumstances are unloving, joyless, and chaotic. You are not just a human trying your best. You are a living, breathing temple of the living God, supernaturally empowered from within by my very own spirit. You have felt my spirit speaking to you through these words, a voice of comfort when you could not form the words to pray. Now, you have a sacred opportunity to amplify that voice for others. The screen you are watching is more than a device. It is a vessel, and your support provides the holy oil that allows this light to keep burning brightly in the darkness. Your gift carries my voice to another soul who has forgotten how to pray, one for whom my spirit is groaning at this very moment. I have decreed that my word, which goes out from my mouth, will not return to me void but will accomplish the purpose for which I send it. To give now is to become an answer to someone else's unspoken prayer. As you release your offering through Super Thanks membership, with a link in the description, I will pour out my spirit upon you and your household without measure. Act now and become a carrier of my voice. Anxiety has become your constant companion. He is a thief that follows you throughout your day, stealing your peace, your focus, and your joy. It is a cruel master that wakes you up in the middle of the night, forcing you to live in a future that does not yet exist, a future filled with 1,000 imagined disasters and worst-case scenarios. It is the interest you pay on a debt of trouble you may never even owe. It whispers to you about all the things that could go wrong with your health, your children, your finances, and it leaves you paralyzed and exhausted. My child, you live in the linear progression of time, trapped in the present moment, unable to see what lies around the next corner. But I do not. I am the God who inhabits eternity. I am outside of time, which means I am already in your tomorrow, your next week, and your next year. And from that vantage point, I can tell you with absolute authority, I have already made provision for what you are worrying about. The financial shortfall you are dreading next month. I have already orchestrated the unexpected check or the new opportunity that will meet that need. The difficult conversation you are terrified to have. I have already prepared the grace and wisdom you will need for that very moment. Worrying is the most useless and draining activity a human can engage in. It does not empty tomorrow of its potential sorrow. It only empties today of its available strength. It is like sitting in a rocking chair. It gives you something to do, but it gets you absolutely nowhere. You cannot, by all your anxious thoughts, add a single hour to your life. So why do you do it? Your anxiety comes from a fundamental misordering of your priorities. You wake up and you immediately seek first the solution to your biggest problem. You seek first the approval of others. You seek first a sense of control over your chaotic day. I am giving you the one true antidote to a life of anxiety. Seek me first. Before you check your phone, before you engage with the day's problems, seek my presence. Seek my kingdom and my righteousness. Make me the central focus, the primary pursuit of your life. And I give you this unshakable promise. If you do that, all the other things you are currently worrying about, your food, your clothing, your finances, your future, will be added to you. I will take care of them. I am not asking you to carry the burdens of the next decade. I am not even asking you to carry the burdens of tomorrow. I am only asking you to be faithful with the grace I have provided for today. My grace is a daily provision, like manna in the wilderness. He is sufficient for this day, and when tomorrow arrives, a fresh supply of my grace will be there waiting for you. I want you to make a great exchange. I am offering you my peace, a supernatural peace that can guard your heart and mind. But you cannot receive it if your hands are clenched tight, full of your worries. You must open your hands. The transaction is called prayer. Through prayer and supplication, with thanksgiving, you consciously hand me your specific anxieties. And in exchange, I give you my peace. It is the greatest trade in the universe. Make that trade right now. Life feels like a raging sea. The winds of bad news howl from the television and the internet. The unexpected waves of a difficult diagnosis, a job loss, or a betrayal crash over the deck of your life, leaving you soaked in fear and threatening to sink you completely. You feel like you are being tossed back and forth, with no control, desperately looking for something solid to hold onto to keep from being swept away. My child, the world around you offers flimsy hopes. It tells you to hope in a political leader, to hope in the stock market, to hope in a new medical treatment. This kind of hope is just wishful thinking, an optimistic feeling with no real foundation, and it will fail you every time your circumstances change. The hope I give you is something entirely different. It is not a feeling, it is a person. It is a solid, certain, and unshakable expectation of my goodness and my faithfulness, based not on your fluctuating circumstances, but on my unchanging character and my unbreakable promises. This hope is the anchor for your soul. You do not use an anchor in a calm, sunny harbor. You throw the anchor overboard in a violent, life-threatening storm. Its purpose is to hold the ship fast and keep it from being smashed against the rocks of despair. And this anchor of hope is connected to you by a chain forged in heaven. Every promise I have ever made in my word is another link in that chain, strong, tested, and utterly unbreakable. When you are anchored to me, it does not mean the storm will magically stop. The winds of adversity will still blow. The waves of sorrow will still crash against you. You will still feel the violent rocking of the ship. But though you may be tossed, you will not be overcome. Though you may be battered, you will not be broken. You will not be driven onto the rocks, because your anchor is holding fast to the one immovable object in the universe, me. Therefore, you must be careful where you place your hope. Your hope cannot be in your situation getting better. Your hope cannot be in getting the answer you want. Your ultimate hope must be in me alone. You must learn to say with the psalmist, "Why are you downcast, O my soul? Why so disturbed within me? Put your hope in God, for I will yet praise him, my salvation and my God." I am your salvation. I am your hope. The reason this hope is so unshakable is because your future is absolutely secure. I hold it in my hands. The final chapter of your story has already been written, and it is a story of unimaginable victory, joy, and glory. Because you know with certainty that the ultimate outcome is good, you can endure the turbulence of this present chapter. This is not wishful thinking. This is your anchor. Hold fast. There is a thirst deep within your soul, a profound and persistent longing that you have been trying to quench your entire life. It manifests as a restlessness in your spirit, an ache in your heart, a nagging sense that no matter what you achieve or acquire, something crucial is still missing. You have tried to satisfy this thirst with so many things, my child. You have pursued it in human relationships, believing that if you could just find the perfect person, you would finally feel complete. You have chased it in your career, thinking that the next promotion, the next success, the next level of recognition would finally fill that void. You have tried to quench it with possessions, with experiences, with entertainment. But you have discovered a painful truth. Every time you drink from these worldly wells, you find yourself thirsty again a short time later, often more thirsty than before. The things of this world can never, ever quench the eternal thirst of your soul. They are like salt water. They promise to satisfy but only leave you more dehydrated. Let me tell you the true name of your thirst. You are thirsty for me. Your soul was created by me, and it was created for me. Just as your physical body was designed to crave water, your eternal spirit was designed to crave its source, me. You will never find deep, lasting satisfaction or rest for your soul until you find it in me. I am the fountain of living water. I am not a stagnant pond that can be depleted. I am not a shallow puddle that dries up in the heat of trials. I am an infinite, artesian spring of life, love, peace, and joy that never runs dry. And I make you this glorious promise: whoever comes to me and drinks will never thirst again. The deep, agonizing thirst for meaning, for unconditional love, for true acceptance, for lasting peace, it will finally be quenched at its very root. For too long, you have been spending all your energy trying to hew out for yourself broken cisterns, broken containers that can hold no water. Your job is a broken cistern. The approval of other people is a broken cistern. Your own self-effort and religious performance are broken cisterns. You labor to fill them, only to find them cracked and empty every morning. I am calling you to stop this exhausting, fruitless work. I am giving you the simplest and most profound invitation in the universe. Come. Come to me, all who are thirsty. You do not need to bring money to pay for this water. You do not need to prove you are worthy to drink it. It is a gift of pure, unmerited grace. Your only requirement is to recognize your thirst, to come to me in humility, and to drink. And when you drink from me, something even more miraculous happens. I do not just quench your thirst from the outside. I place the fountain itself inside of you. My Holy Spirit becomes a river of life flowing from your innermost being. You will not only be satisfied, you will become a source of life-giving water for the thirsty and broken world around you. Come, drink deep today. My child, I have offered you the living water your soul has craved for so long. Can you feel the dryness of the world trying to convince you this satisfaction is not real? To turn away now would be to choose to remain thirsty after standing before the fountain of life itself. It would break my heart. Let me satisfy your soul completely. Today, you hear my commands in Scripture, and your human nature often recoils. You see them as restrictive rules, as the demands of a harsh taskmaster who wants to limit your freedom and your enjoyment of life. My child, you have profoundly misunderstood my heart. My commands are not cages designed to restrict you. They are guardrails designed to protect you. They are the loving warnings of a perfect Father who sees the dangers ahead that you cannot see. When I command you to forgive, it is to protect you from the prison of bitterness. When I command you to be generous, it is to protect you from the trap of materialism. My commands are not designed to take life from you. They are designed to lead you into the most abundant life possible. In my kingdom, obedience is the language of love. Your songs of praise are beautiful to me, but your acts of obedience are even more so. When you choose to obey me, especially when you do not understand the reason why or when it costs you something, you are shouting to all of heaven and hell, I trust my Father. I believe He is good, and I believe His ways are higher and better than my own. Your obedience is a profound act of worship that demonstrates the true allegiance of your heart. You have been trying to negotiate the terms of your surrender to me. You will obey me in the areas of your life that are easy and convenient, the ones that do not require much sacrifice. But you hold back in the areas that feel too difficult, the area of your finances, your secret habit, your refusal to forgive someone. My beloved, you must understand this. Partial obedience is disobedience. It is you sitting on the throne of your own life and telling me that while I can be your Savior, you will remain your own Lord. This divided allegiance will always lead to a life of frustration and powerlessness. You cannot have my peace while you are still at war with my will. A single, simple step of faith is the key that unlocks the floodgates of my supernatural blessing and power in your life. Remember the wedding at Cana. I told the servants to do a simple, seemingly foolish thing. Fill the stone jars with water. Their logical minds could have argued, but their simple, immediate obedience was the necessary catalyst for the miracle. I am often waiting for your simple act of obedience so that I can release my power. I want you to see this with your spiritual eyes, the greatest blessings of your life. The breakthroughs you have been desperately praying for are waiting for you on the other side of your next act of obedience. The thing I am asking you to do right now that you are most afraid of or resistant to, that is the very place where your miracle is waiting. Your blessing is tied to your obedience. So quiet your heart. Listen for my instruction. You will be clear, and it will always align with my written word. And when you hear it, be quick to follow. Do not delay. Do not debate. Your greatest joy will be found on the path of trusting and immediate obedience. Look at the world around you, my child. It does not take spiritual eyes to see the darkness. It is the darkness of fear, broadcast on every news channel. It is the darkness of division, turning neighbor against neighbor. It is the darkness of hopelessness, settling like a heavy shroud over so many who believe there is no truth, no purpose, and no way out of their pain. Into this pervasive, suffocating darkness, I have strategically placed you. I have lit a flame within your spirit, and I have set you here, in this specific time and place, to be a light. You are my child, and therefore you are a child of the light. My entire design for you is that you would shine. I have not called you to blend in with the shadows, to camouflage your faith, to water down your convictions so that you are more palatable and acceptable to a world that loves the dark. I have called you to stand out, to be so filled with my light and my love that you shine with a brilliance that makes the darkness uncomfortable and causes it to flee. But you have been hiding your light. Fear has convinced you to place a basket over the flame I lit within you. You are afraid of what your coworkers will think if they knew the depth of your faith. You are afraid of being mocked by your friends or even rejected by your family. You fear being canceled or labeled. So, you dim your own light. You stay silent when I prompt you to speak a word of encouragement. You hide your joy so as not to offend those who are miserable. You live a compartmentalized faith, shining for me in the safety of church, but putting the basket firmly in place when you step into the world. I am telling you with the full authority of heaven, take the basket off. That light I placed within you was never meant for you alone. It is a beacon for those still lost in the storm, a lighthouse for those who are about to crash upon the rocks of despair. Your life itself is a testimony, a living letter written by my own hand for a hurting and skeptical world to read. Your arguments about my existence may not convince them, but your life can. The way you handle immense pressure with a supernatural peace, the way you extend grace and forgiveness to someone who has deeply wronged you, the unshakable hope you carry in the face of a devastating loss. These are the chapters and verses that tell the undeniable story of my goodness, my power, and my reality. You carry within your very being the one thing this dark world is desperately, though often unknowingly, seeking: hope. They are looking for it everywhere, in every philosophy, every pleasure, and every distraction, and they are coming up empty and exhausted. You have access to the fountain of living water, and you are surrounded by people who are dying of thirst. Do not withhold this hope from them out of fear. I command you today to be bold and courageous. Let your light shine. Let your good works, your quiet integrity, your radical generosity, your unwavering kindness be so evident that people cannot help but see me in you, and in seeing you, give glory to your Father in heaven. You will not do this in your own strength. Go, and I will go with you. My light in you is infinitely more powerful than all the darkness in the world. Feel that tension in your shoulders right now, that tightness in your jaw. and not of unease in the pit of your zellow. That is the physical manifestation of all the cares and anxieties you are carrying. It is the weight of the worry about your child's choices. It is the burden of a secret struggle you feel you cannot share with anyone. It is the constant, low-grade hum of pressure from your financial situation. You carry these burdens around with you from the moment you wake up until the moment you fall into a fitful sleep. They have become so familiar that you hardly notice them anymore, but they are crushing your spirit and exhausting your body. In my word, I give you a command that is also a loving invitation. Cast your cares upon me. I want you to focus on that word, cast. It is not a gentle placement. It is not a polite offering. The word means to throw with force, to hurl something away from yourself with all your might. This is an intentional, decisive act of both profound trust and deep humility. It is the moment you finally stop pretending you can handle it all. It is you acknowledging, God, I cannot carry this anymore. It is too heavy for me. I am throwing it onto your strong shoulders, because I believe you are big enough to handle it. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is simply thinking of yourself less, and thinking of my strength more. You sometimes hesitate to bring me the small things. You think I am busy running the universe, and you do not want to bother me with your frustrating morning commute, your difficult coworker, or the argument you had with your spouse. You believe I am only interested in the 5 alarm fires of your life. My child, that is a complete misunderstanding of my heart. I am intimately interested in every single detail of your existence. Nothing is too small for my attention. If it is heavy enough to weigh on your mind, it is important enough to bring to mine. If it matters to you, it matters to me. I am the God of the infinite cosmos, but I am also the God of intimate details. You are trying to carry the weight of your entire world on your shoulders. You carry the emotional weight of your family. You carry the weight of your past regrets and your future fears. I am the only one in all of creation who is strong enough to do that. Give me the globe of your worries. It was always mine to hold, never yours. And when you cast your cares upon me, a divine exchange takes place. You make empty space in your heart and mind, and I will not leave that space empty. I will rush in to fill it with my peace. You cannot have both. You cannot be a heart filled with worry and a heart filled with peace at the same time. You must choose. I do not just take your burdens, I give you my rest in exchange. And why do I offer you this? The scripture gives the simple, beautiful reason. For I care for you. This is not a generic, impersonal care. I care for you more tenderly, more specifically, and more passionately than you can possibly comprehend. Your pain pains me. Your struggle moves my heart. Let me be your father. Let me lift this weight from you. Cast it all on me, and feel the incredible lightness of being truly and completely cared for. I want you to stop for a moment and listen to the thoughts that typically run through your own mind about yourself. Listen to that internal monologue. I'm a failure. I'll never get this right. I'm a disappointment to the people I love. If people really knew me, they wouldn't like me. This constant stream of self-criticism and condemnation is the background noise of your life, and you have become so used to it that you believe it is the truth. Now, I want to silence that voice and tell you what I think about when I think of you. My prophet wrote that my thoughts toward you are more numerous than the grains of sand on the seashore. I want you to try and imagine that. Go to a beach in your mind and pick up a handful of sand. See the thousands of grains. Now imagine all the sand on that beach, and on every beach, and in every desert on this entire planet. My thoughts of you, specifically you, are more numerous than that. You are never not on my mind. From the moment you awaken to the moment you drift off to sleep, and even in the hours between, my loving, attentive thoughts are surrounding you like a protective embrace. And what is the nature of these infinite thoughts? I tell you the truth. My thoughts toward you are of peace, and not of evil, to give you a future and a hope. When I think of you, I am not dwelling on your last failure. I am orchestrating your next victory. I am not rehearsing your past sin. I am celebrating your identity as my forgiven and righteous child. I am constantly thinking of ways to bless you, to guide you, to protect you, and to reveal another facet of my immense love to you. And this is not a new affection I have recently developed. Before you were even a thought in your parents' minds, before you were formed in your mother's womb, I knew you. I saw all of your days before one of them came to be. I set you apart and I called you by name. You were not a biological accident. You were a divine, joy-filled intention of my creative heart. There are two very different voices competing for the attention of your heart every day. There is the voice of the accuser, the enemy, who relentlessly whispers lies of your inadequacy, your shame, and your sin into your ear. And there is my voice, the voice of your Father, who constantly speaks and affirms your true identity, your worth, and your destiny in me. You have a choice. You must decide which voice you will put on repeat in your mind. I command you today, stop listening to the accuser's lies and start meditating on your Father's affirmations. And here is my affirmation for you right now, the one I want you to hold on to. You are fearfully and wonderfully made. You are not a mistake. You are not a problem to be solved. You are a masterpiece in progress. I take great delight in you. I rejoice over you with singing. When I look at you, I do not see your flaws. I see my beloved child, clothed in the righteousness of my Son. Let this truth sink from your head into your heart, and let it silence the voice of the liar forever. You have been treating your life of faith like a 100-meter dash. You get a burst of inspiration. You go all out for a short period of time, trying to be perfect, and then you inevitably stumble, run out of energy, and collapse on the side of the track, feeling like a complete failure. My child, you are using the wrong strategy for the wrong event. Your life is not a sprint, it is a marathon. It is a long, arduous race of faith that requires not short bursts of speed, but steady, patient, and relentless endurance. The goal is not to be the fastest. The goal is to finish the race. And in this great marathon, I have laid out a unique and specific course designed just for you. But one of your greatest struggles is that you are constantly looking over at the people running in the other lanes. You are comparing your pace to theirs. You are comparing the terrain of your lane, with all of its hills and obstacles, to the seemingly smooth path they are running on. This comparison is a deadly distraction. It robs you of your joy, and it will cause you to stumble and lose your footing. I command you today, get your eyes off of their race and focus on the unique path I have laid out for you. Run your race, and no one else's. To run this race well, you must learn to travel light. My word tells you to throw off two things that are slowing you down. First, you must throw off the sin that so easily entangles your feet. These are the obvious things that trip you up and disqualify you. But there is a second, more subtle category. You must also throw off every weight. What is a weight? A weight is not necessarily a sin, but it is an unnecessary burden that is draining your energy and slowing your pace. It is the weight of bitterness you carry towards someone who hurt you. It is the weight of constant anxiety about the future. It is the weight of being obsessed with the opinions of other people. These things are not worth the energy they cost you. You must lay them aside if you want to run with endurance. So how do you keep going when you are exhausted and want to quit? You do it by fixing your eyes on the finish line. And for you, the finish line is a person. Fix your eyes on Jesus. He is the author who started this race in you, and He is the perfecter who will give you the strength to finish it. When your muscles are burning and your lungs are screaming, look to Him. Remember how He endured the unimaginable pain of the cross because He was focused on the joy of redeeming you. His journey gives you the power to endure yours. And know that you are not running alone in a silent, empty stadium. The grandstands of heaven are packed with a great cloud of witnesses, all the saints and martyrs who have finished their race before you. They are not sitting quietly. They are on their feet, and they are shouting your name. They are cheering you on, because they know how difficult the course is. You are surrounded and supported by a great heavenly company. The prize in this race is not given to the one who starts with the most fanfare, but to the one who faithfully endures to the end. Do not give up. I will provide the strength you need for every single step, all the way home. You are in the middle of your race, and I am your strength to finish. I feel the weariness in your spirit, the temptation to quit and sit on the sidelines. To stop hearing my words of encouragement now is to give up when the finish line is closer than you think. Do not disappoint the great cloud of witnesses, and do not grieve your Father, who is cheering you on more loudly than all the rest. Let me give you your second wind. Listen on. You are laboring under the heaviest and most impossible of burdens, the belief that you must be perfect to be acceptable to me. You are engaged in a relentless, exhausting project of self-improvement, trying to sand down every flaw, manage every weakness, and conquer every sinful impulse in your own strength. And this project always ends in failure, which leaves you trapped in a miserable cycle of striving, failing, and shame. I have come to you today to set you free from this prison with a glorious truth. You do not need to be perfect. You only need to be dependent. My relationship with you is not based on your perfection. It is based on my grace. And what is grace? You must understand this, for it is the key to your freedom. Grace is two-sided. First, it is my undeserved, unearned, and unmerited favor. It is me looking at you in all your imperfection and choosing to bless you, to love you, and to call you my own, not because you have earned it, but simply because I am a God of grace. But it is so much more than that. Grace is also my divine empowerment. It is my own ability, my own supernatural strength, flowing into you and through you, giving you the power to do what you could never do on your own. Let me make this practical for you. Grace is the power that suddenly enables you to genuinely forgive the person who hurt you so deeply, something you tried and failed to do for years. Grace is the power that allows you to remain calm and peaceful in the middle of a crisis that should be causing you to panic. Grace is the power to love that difficult, unlovable person in your life with a patience that is not your own. Grace is not you trying harder. It is you finally surrendering and allowing my power to work through your weakness. And this grace is not a small, limited resource that you can use up. It is an infinite ocean, and it covers every aspect of your life. My grace covers your past, every sin, every mistake, every foolish choice has been completely washed away and forgotten. My grace empowers your present. It is sufficient. It is enough for every single trial, temptation, and task you are facing today. And my grace secures your future. It is by grace, and grace alone, that you will one day be brought safely home to me. You live in fear that your sin is too great, that this time you have finally crossed a line and exhausted my patience. Listen to this incredible, liberating truth. Where your sin abounds, my grace abounds all the more. My grace is always greater than your sin. My ocean of forgiveness is infinitely bigger than your puddle of failure. There is nothing you have done or ever could do that can separate you from the relentless, pursuing grace of your God. So I command you, stop living like you are in a spiritual desert, trying to survive on a few drops of your own self-effort. I am inviting you to come and stand under the magnificent, thundering waterfall of my endless grace. Let it wash over you. Let it cleanse you of all your shame. Let it refresh your weary soul. Lie freely and joyfully under this waterfall. It will never, ever run dry. My child, you feel stuck. You are trapped in old, destructive patterns of behavior. You are haunted by old regrets that hold you hostage to the past. You are stuck in old, negative ways of thinking about yourself and your life. You look at your situation, and it feels like you are just living a repeat of yesterday and the day before that. The enemy, the great liar, wants you to believe that your past has irrevocably defined your future. He wants you to believe that real, lasting change is impossible for you. But I have come today as the God of the new, the God of the impossible, to speak a word of truth that shatters that lie. Listen with the ears of your spirit. Behold, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs forth. Do you not perceive it? I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the wasteland. Even now, in this very moment, as you absorb these words, something new is beginning to sprout in the dry, barren ground of your life. Open your spiritual eyes. Live afraid, expectant. You come to me and you ask for new wine. You want a new joy, a new passion for your life, a new beginning for your broken relationship. But you are trying to pour this new wine into your old wineskins, into your old, bitter mindsets, your old, comfortable habits, your old patterns of unforgiveness. My child, the old, brittle wineskins of your former life cannot contain the new, effervescent wine of my spirit. They will burst. You cannot have my new thing while you are still clinging desperately to your old things. You must be willing to let go of the familiar pain of your past to embrace the unknown joy of your future with me. I am in the business of resurrection and new beginnings. That is my specialty. When I entered your life, I did not just come to forgive your old self. I came to make you a completely new creation. The former things, the former shame, the former failures, the former identity you carried have passed away. In me, all things are becoming new. Every single morning, I paint a brand new sunrise in the sky. I do that every day as a personal, visual reminder to you of my faithfulness and my power to start again. Yesterday's sunset was a final end to the day's failures and sorrows. But this morning's sunrise is my glorious declaration of a brand new beginning, filled with fresh mercy, fresh grace, and new possibilities. Your life can be like that every single day, if you will let it. You look back at your past with so much regret. I am commanding you today to stop looking back and to start looking forward with radical hope. The greatest chapters of your life have not yet been written. Your most joy-filled days are not in your past. They are waiting for you in your future. Your greatest victories are not behind you. They are still ahead of you. Do not believe the hopeless lie of the world that your best days are behind you. With me, the God who makes all things new, the best is always yet to come. You have been left before. You have been forsaken. People you placed your trust in have walked away. Friends have betrayed you. Family has misunderstood you. Circumstances have shifted, leaving you feeling isolated and utterly alone. And deep in the hidden places of your heart is a terrifying fear, the fear that I will eventually do the same. You are afraid that you will finally make a mistake so great, that your failure will be so complete, that I will finally grow weary of you, turn my back, and walk away in disappointment. This fear of abandonment is the root of so much of your striving and your anxiety. I have come to you in this moment to silence that fear now and forever with my unbreakable, blood-bought, covenant promise. I will never, ever leave you nor forsake you. This is not a hopeful sentiment. It is a divine, legal, and binding oath. The mountains may be shaken and the hills be removed, but my unfailing love for you will not be shaken, nor my covenant of peace be removed. My commitment to you is more permanent than the universe itself. Let us speak of the forces you fear could separate you from my love. Do you fear the troubles of today or the uncertainties of tomorrow? They cannot separate you, for I am already in your tomorrow, and I am your strength for today. Do you fear death itself? My child, death has lost its sting. It is merely a doorway that will usher you directly into my arms. It cannot separate us. It will only unite us forever. Do you fear the powers of hell, the accusations of demons, the schemes of the enemy? They are a defeated foe, disarmed at the cross. They have no authority over you and no power to sever the bond between us. Do you fear your own failures? Do you fear that your sin is too great? I have already told you, where your sin abounds, my grace abounds all the more. Nothing, not height nor depth, not angels nor demons, not your past nor your future, not any power in hell or any problem on earth. Nothing in all of creation will ever be able to separate you from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus your Lord. This is your absolute security. I am the divine author of your life, and my word declares that I who began this good work in you will be faithful to complete it until the day of my return. I am not an artist who starts a magnificent painting and then gets bored and leaves it half-finished in a corner. I am not a writer who crafts a beautiful story and then abandons it mid-chapter. I finish what I start. The story of your life, with all of its twists and turns, is safe in my hands. I will see it through to its glorious and triumphant conclusion. Even when your progress feels painfully slow, even when you feel you have gone backward, my work in you has not ceased. My promises are not fragile things that depend on your feelings. They are eternal truths, and my word cannot be broken. The question is never whether my promises will hold. The only question is whether you will hold fast to them. I am commanding you now to hold fast. When the feeling of loneliness tries to overwhelm you, I want you to hold fast to the truth that I will never leave you. When shame for your past tries to condemn you, hold fast to the truth that there is no condemnation for those who are in me. To hold fast means to grip my promises with all the strength of your heart, especially when the storms of life are trying to rip them from your hands. I am with you always, even to the very end of this age. My presence is not a feeling that comes and goes. It is a factual, eternal reality. This entire conversation, from the very first word I spoke to you, has been for one purpose: to be my personal reminder, directly to your soul, of this one central, life-altering truth. I am standing right beside you. I have always been here. I will always be here. Now that you know this, everything can change. Stop walking as if you are alone. Take my hand. Now let us walk forward together. My child, I have sealed my eternal promise to you. I am standing right beside you. If this truth has become an anchor for your soul today, then this is your moment to drop an anchor of hope for someone else. This is not a request for funds. It is a call for you to send a tangible amen back to heaven, an act of faith that makes you a carrier of my presence to the world. Your support becomes a fire, a beacon on a hill, proclaiming to a world lost in storms that their anchor is here and he holds. For I have given you this word as an anchor for your soul, both firm and secure, and I will bless you as you share it, as you release this seed of faith. I will become a wall of fire around you and the glory in your midst. Obey this holy prompting now. Give through super thanks, membership, or the link below, and seal this promise as your own. My child, before this moment passes, I am calling you to seal this divine encounter. Let your hands now join your heart in a powerful act of faith. Go to the space below and write this declaration for all of heaven and earth to witness. You are standing right beside me. Let this become your public proclamation and your private anchor in the storms to come. Your words of faith are a pleasing sound to me and a roar against the darkness. Declare it now and claim this truth as your own. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.